Alright, this is number 7. So before I start this one, I'm gonna preface this with something. I was like, Sunder mentioned to me that in general, sometimes, and I've noticed this too for other people I've analyzed, sometimes they kind of struggle a bit, and they sort of lose a bit of motivation, maybe sometimes, depending on the person, because one of the reasons maybe because all the information I give throughout these are like very overwhelming. So I'm going to give my advice for how to efficiently use this analysis in order to improve. I think the best way to go at it be if you're here live, watch it live or whatever, but you are going to have to set time to practice individually. You can't just listen to what I'm saying and then just implement it mid-run. You would very likely have to practice just in general, the things that I'll say. So what you should do, I wouldn't recommend practicing everything all at once. You won't remember how to do everything all at once if you just try and do that. If you try and implement it all just one time in practice. I would recommend just choosing a level order. It doesn't have to be from Mumbo's TTC clan, because it doesn't have to be in order like that. In fact, I would almost even recommend doing reverse order, because I can guarantee this PB and like most other PBs lose more time in later levels than early levels. Just pick any level order, and just choose a level. Choose a day to practice it. It shouldn't take like more than 1 to 2 hours at most, depending on the level. Watch through the analysis, go through the level with the analysis slowly, and make the improvements that you hear and make any other improvements that you see yourself. And once you go through the entire level and you remember all the improvements, the new improvements you're gonna make, then at that point that's not enough. At that point, you just know what to do, but you're not building any muscle memory. You want to be able to build muscle memory in order to just be able to like do it without having to focus extremely hard on it. Just do like a few ILs, do a handful of ILs in order to like get it going. You don't have to stick to doing practice every single day with no runs. You could very likely still just do runs like as often as you would normally, but you should definitely like stick an hour or two in between some streams, or even on stream, whatever you can practice. Even you can have this on stream. Just make sure that you stick with a level and you get the muscle memory from ILs, and you also make sure to try and implement all that into the runs. One last thing I want to mention: all the practice that you would do for any ILs, anything that I mentioned here, it won't pay off. It most definitely will not pay off. At least within like a month, I would say it wouldn't pay off. It's just a general thing. Practice won't pay off that soon. It's going to fail a lot. You're used to different muscle memory. You're trying to learn new muscle memory, which is good because at this level, it's not super strong. It's not super built in. So you're going to learn new muscle memory, and it's going to take a lot of time for it to set in. But until it fully sets in, you are going to lose a lot of time to it. So just keep in mind that the practice will very likely not pay off until probably like a few months from now. Which is why I would recommend getting like all the levels out of the way as soon as you can, while still like leaving room just to like have mind space. Just get all the learning out of the way, so then eventually when everything pays off at once. Then that will be the most efficient way to utilize the analysis, I think. Alright, now we can actually start. Sup, Hanson, morning. Sup, Blandy. That was a long speech, and I was improvised, so it was longer than I thought it would be, but good enough, whatever. It's meant to be a more general thing because I feel like people are overwhelmed by the information and stuff. This section so far is fine. What's up, the Phoenix? Morning. I'm not too concerned with spiral movement. This is as good as, like, honestly, this level spiral movement I would expect from, like, a 212 runner or something. I don't expect this to be improved too much, at least not right now. Right there, I'll mention one thing. You can get a double roll here. If you just get this honeycomb, then roll down right away. If you walk a bit before you roll down, then you won't be able to do it. You just have to make sure you roll right away. I'll show it right here. This is just a basic mechanic that's worth it to learn. If your roll ends in midair, then you can start another one right away, like that. But if you walk a bit before it, or after it, it'll go like that. So just make sure you roll right when you get this honeycomb. Do 2 rolls, just like that. And then continue on. That's fine. Blaze, whatever. This will be like, when people watch it live, I sort of take it as like them skimming through it, like listening to everything quickly, getting an idea of where most of their improvement needs to be. I expect most of the improvement and most of the focus to be like on separate occasions, on like a rewatch or something, when they're actually like practicing it live. This part is fine. I think the spiral is really good. Ooh, that bottle skip worked, wow. I wouldn't recommend rolling like that for bottle skip though. I find it kind of makes it harder. I would just recommend stopping after that flutter, don't do another roll. Just walk up until this point without a roll, then jumping up left towards bottles, and then pecking towards the bridge. If that works for you consistently, then it's fine, but personally I didn't find it to be consistent when I was trying out. Okay, that was a really good spiral mountain. This is fine. Just doing hops up there is good. So, in general, for movement mechanics without talent trot, try roll a bit more. A good visual cue is to like jump out of the. If you're rolling straight forward with the camera behind you, first die. A good visual cue, know when to jump out of your roll, is when Banjo's backpack comes up from like underneath him, like there. When you can see it again. That's about how long you should be rolling for, or a tiny bit longer, but that's generally how long you should roll for. That's just good to know in general, how to maximize your rolls. That's fine. That was good. See, that right there was like only like 3 seconds or so. Nice. That thing. It was only like 3 seconds behind my current NoFM PB. Like, that's not bad at all. Personally, I would recommend using a zoomed out camera here, but it's all personal preference. That was actually not bad. I find that to be decent so far. Like, this is still, like, all the movement that I've seen so far. I would expect this from at least, like, a sub 210 runner or something. Really good spiral movement. Third floor, you did the simple babyish strat, but it's still good. Still, like, definitely worth it. Don't jump into this. Let me go there. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see. Fine. Infinites. So, this is the first Jiggy you get in a level, and it'll give you a text box. So, it's different from the other Jiggies where you want to peck into the Jiggy. For this one, let me exit so the camera's the same. You just want to grab this one in talent trot. You don't want to peck into it. Pecking into it will put you in an awkward position. Just jump, slide underneath it, then just tap A right under. right under it. Just tap A right under it so you land as soon as possible. And skip this text while holding L, B, then tap R, and then roll off. If you do L, R, then B, then your camera will turn a bit. So, just keep that in mind. So make sure you release R early as well. Good. Bit wobbly, but that's still fine. As long as you don't miss a note there, that's good. This is good. Make sure you pick into every other jiggy. It's not that first one. I would also recommend zooming out here, but you should try. This movement section is hard because the camera's really wonky. First, I would recommend zooming out, like I mentioned before, but also the note order here should be this one, then this one, then this one, then you go to the Jinjo. But that may have just been an accident. That note order should be that middle one, then this one, then this one, then continue on. Since you're already coming from the Jinjo, you're passing right over the middle one in the first place. I'll show you the camera that I use for that section, and if you want to copy it. This is a section that would take a good bit of practicing to get the muscle memory down. I zoom out like while I'm up here. I zoom out before I even get to the jiggy. So you go up here, go with the zoomed out camera, get the token. Go this way, hold R as you go towards this. Hold R as you go towards these notes. Jump here, jump down. I like to change the camera while I'm getting these, but it's kind of hard. Just get these, go this way, change the camera. Go this way, get those notes. There. I do like that. Just, as long as you practice this section with a consistent camera, it's fine. So, right there, you didn't make this orange pad. You can make this orange pad by getting one orange, and you should be able to make this orange pad by like making that one hit there. But I would recommend not doing that at all, because if you're not making this cycle anyways, then there's no point in doing this order. You should be doing the faster order for the cycle. So the faster order is to do this orange pad first, then get the orange, then go to Chimpy, and then get the last two afterwards. So this one, here, go over here, roll, jump, flutter. What do you do here? That's fine, honestly. That's what I used to do for the longest time. Landing on that platform. Right there, you should just get into Talon Trot right away. Don't worry about walking and then getting into Talon Trot. Some people do that, and it's kind of a weird habit that doesn't usually save time. Usually. Nice shots. Yeah, this section is fine. I'm just gonna walk down. Actually, no, I have to. One second. Gonna shoot him here. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Nice. A lucky. Give me a second. Right there. So the movement obviously rolled down left, and it's important where you grab this jiggy from. You're gonna, for this movement, you're gonna walk onto that orange pad, then get into Talon Shot, then start jumping towards the next orange pad. You will very likely not be able to make it to the next orange pad, like, in one cycle. Congo will likely have to throw 2 oranges, but it's still worth it compared to the way you did it in this PB. So walk. Just like that. And then wait here for the next orange as well, because you likely wouldn't get that orange to land on that pad. It's pretty difficult. Sometimes you might. If you're confident that your movement was good enough and that you got it, then go up left towards the Jiggy. But most of the time you should just stay there for an extra orange. And you'll still save time over what you did in this video. You can just try and jump a lot more on that uphill. Jumping uphill is very, very important. On flat ground, not as much. Oh no. So if this guy is near you, yeah, you want to go to the top right of the orange square, like on the way down to the 3rd orange square. And then after you hear him throw the orange, then he's already aimed, so then you can start preparing for the Jiggy if your movement was good enough. But if not, then just wait on the orange for him to throw another one, and then move towards the Jiggy. So right here, if this guy is like near you, and he's about to attack you, don't get in Talon Trot, peck him without Talon Trot, land on the note, then get in Talon Trot. And that actually saves time over doing like this part like in Talon Trot without killing him. This note order is good. Let's find Juju. So what you should do is when you beak bust the honeycomb, look at which way Juju is facing right there, right when you hit his face. He's facing that way, right? So just go a bit like in front of that side. Like don't go directly here, directly to where his mouth is. Go like a bit further down. Because then when you land, you'll be more ready to shoot him like if you're over here compared to here. Because if you're here, then you have to wait another full cycle. But if you're there, then you can shoot it like almost as soon as possible. While you're waiting to get this Jiggy, it's nicer to just change the camera towards the hut that you're about to roll to, just so you can take a straighter line. And don't get into Talon Trot here. So... Okay, I think I need to turn... This is the movement you should do here. You should roll, roll again, jump, beak bust. Don't get into Talon Trot there. And don't... Okay, that was actually not bad. But make sure when you roll from like below this, you're gonna jump into this hut, and then there's gonna be a brief moment in time before you land on the hut where you're in the air, right when you go over the corner. Right there is when you beak bust. Yeah. Just do that movement that I did right there, basically. Also, I didn't see here. Same thing, good. Just roll here. That's fine. That's pretty decent movement, but still, same thing applies here. When you're rolling, when you're jumping up a hut, you want to make sure to not land on the hut. You want to make sure to go over the corner. So roll, jump. Right before you land, you're in the air for a minute, for a second. Right there is when you beak bust. Then get the note, then roll down to the Jiggy. in that movement that I was talking about with the huts, that also applies to the BGS huts. In those places as well. Or when you have to beak bust them, that is. Right there, you shouldn't be holding straight right. When you get that last note, you should be holding down, or down left. Wait, what are you holding here? I can't remember. You should be holding down right, that's it, down right. Inverted controls, it's not inverted control, it's just confusing me. Anyways, you shouldn't hold right here, you should hold down right. Because then you're gonna surface towards the Jinjo faster. Jinjo skip. There, you should probably just try and jump flutter into the water. I don't know if you tried to do it, but you should either just press AA really quickly or AB really quickly. A really good start. Yeah, and then inversion. Have you learned this faster method before? Have you tried it before? Oh, nice. Faster, if you haven't learned it, the faster method is pretty easy, I think. Not the one that I did. The talent shot one that I do, I wouldn't recommend it. At the very least, I would recommend backflipping up, rolling into the mountain, then jumping back, jumping forward, and then once you land on the second time, you do AAB, A as fast as you can. So AAB, and then hold A as fast as you can, and then press Z at the peak. So jump back, forward, AAB, A, Z. You should have ample room. If you roll up the mountain after the backflip instead of bear punching, that'll give you a bit of extra height, which can help you a bit. It's a bit slower than bear punching, but it does still help. Oops, I didn't mash that. Look at that. I also have a more in-depth video on that in my RBA tutorial playlist if you want to look at that. But that's something worth learning, I think, sooner rather than later. That's probably like a good few seconds. Alright.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of Ted. Out of all of the Seth MacFarlane ever made, Ted is like the only thing I really care. Like, Ted, I watched Ted once.
Alright.
And I was like, I don't know, something about it.
You should go over that ramp instead of underneath it.
It's not that it's a bad movie. I'm just like,
This movement's not that bad. Right there, you should. While the cutscene's ending, you should be holding Z. You should be holding slightly right of straight down, and you should be like mashing C left to get into talent shot. And right when you get into talent shot, just jump off, like a slightly big jump instead of walking off. For this room, don't walk. All you have to do is that's not what am I doing? Here's. You're gonna be in talent shot. Hold down, 3 jumps straight down, then a big jump. 1, 2, 3. Wait, I'm not. The camera's different. Do that again. Hold down, 3 jumps, then a big jump. 1, 2, 3. Big jump. And run in. Start out by jumping. Always start out by jumping. Shouldn't be walking to start out. It'll save you a good bit. Right here, you should be jumping onto this lower platform first, instead of this higher platform. So jump onto the lower one, then this stair right here. That's not bad. That was good enough. Yeah, that was a really good tree. I don't know if that's consistent for you, but that's still really good. That's unfortunate. Make sure you hold all the way up left on the joystick until you get like that note, then you can switch directions. Section's fine. That's good. I think that's fine so far. Took off in the good direction, it's good. Right before you get this last note, you should be holding down right on your joystick. Just straight down right on your joystick. Then you should be able to go straight through the token. And right when you get the token, you hold straight down instead. Yeah, I miss that note too sometimes. It happens. I'm not making too many comments in the early game because I know that there's a lot more, based off of what I've seen before, I know there's a lot more I can comment on in like the later levels. And I think most of the early game so far I've seen has been good enough. I think, at least. You obviously don't need this good of an early game every time, but aspiring to do this is fine. Right here, there's a minor detail, but I'm mentioning it because it's like a fundamental that you should know about the level, about flying, or about movement. So, when you jump in Talon Trot, look how, when you do a full jump in Talon Trot, look how slow you go down. When you do a short jump in Talon Trot, look how much faster you go down. Once you do a jump in Talon Trot, and you hold A for the maximum amount of time, which is 18 frames, then you'll start to descend really, really slowly. If you hold A for any less than a full jump, then you'll descend a lot faster. So anything under 18 frames, but it's easy to get a feel for. So, here, make sure you don't do a full jump off of this, because then it'll just take a lot longer for you to land down there. Make sure you just either tap A or hold A a tiny bit, but don't reach a full jump when you're going down there. Here's where you would want to do a full jump, because that's the only way you would reach that box. Yeah, keep that in mind. Those are really good stairs. Good quick dive too. I like how you paused there for a second and then went in. That's what you want to do. That's good. A short hop is not necessary either. Just don't hold A for the maximum amount of time possible. That's the only way you'll really lose time. That was pretty decent. Right when you get out of that alcove, you should... Yeah, this is gonna be too low. It would be good to learn the setup for this, I think. So right when you exit that alcove, you do 3 A presses. You should do 3 A presses to get there. Where is it? Take off that way. Up, peek bomb wherever. Get the jiggy. Right when you get out of here, 1, 2, 3. Go under the Jinjo, then press 1. Then, right here, you're gonna do... I don't know if you should... I say just do 7 face the lighthouse, do 7, then beak bomb. So you should be like high enough. Except start the A presses a bit earlier, a tiny bit earlier. The way you grabbed that alcove jiggy was really good. I'm more concerned about just the flying afterwards, because that's the area where you can improve the most there. But I don't know if I can say too much about how to just grab the alcove jiggy. You should jump there, so you respawn, obviously get into talent shot, hold slightly left or straight down and do a big jump. Not really like a full jump, but like not a tap A either, it's a medium jump, just enough to get you over the edge. And land on this note, and run down for those. Because obviously you want to go from left to right there with the notes. How often do you get this quick dive? From there, at least. I feel like it's pretty difficult. It's a good nipper skip. Well, it's a good start to it. So, when you're going down here, try and make this straight, like with a tree. Then just do a big jump up right. Wait for yourself to fall a bit, and then flutter. Now here, 30%, okay, I would definitely recommend doing this instead. Just walk down here instead, and then do your quick dive from here. Not like that. Don't do that. But start your quick dive from there, and it should be a lot easier. And it's barely slower. Just like that. And you can jump flutter as normal. Going here is faster if you do the fast method for this strat. I wouldn't go because if you don't know what you're doing, then you'll often go past the honeycomb. You have to like sort of know how to control your momentum a bit more with that. It is faster in some situations though. Here, make sure you only skip this text by tapping B. Don't tap R. If you tap R, then the camera will change. Just tap B to change the camera, or to skip the text. And then do nipper skip as normal. Yeah, that's a fine strategy. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, only skipping it with B is very important, just because otherwise you'll get messed up with the camera a good bit. Okay, you go this way. This is good. This way is definitely nice. Definitely, when you're taking off from the shock pad, make sure you're moving during the launch. Don't stand still. That just gives you less time, less distance. Make sure you move. I would also hold Z like right there while you're on the ground the second time. Then flutter, talent shot right away, and get these 3 notes. For these notes here, whoops. You should jump over one and just get it on the way back. You definitely want to keep your slide there. And I found that tapping C right 4 times quickly makes the camera pretty much perfect, but you can also just hold R to go through these notes. Yeah, so
I didn't have to use that many eggs, but, you know, I would...
leaky skip. Yeah, I was just... sometimes when I'm watching people, they're doing a trick, I don't really, like, tell them to not do it. Because I don't... I feel sometimes I don't feel like I should be telling them what to and what not to do. But yeah, I was telling you how to do it. Anyways, for these, I would personally recommend not doing it right now, if you're curious. For leaky skip, definitely hold R as you go through these notes to make it straight. Right here is where you should jump off about, just up left. Should land on the tree. Once you land on the tree, tap C right once. Let me go do that again, because it's a bit different. Whoops. Oh, that sucks. Not that. Okay. Up left. Tap C left once. Your camera should be something like this. You'd be able to move like up and down perfectly with these. If not, you can use R a bit. Once that's done, just do a big jump here. Stand right here, right on this corner, and poop 2 eggs straight down. Then just go here as fast as you can. If your camera's right, you should never ever have to poop more than 2 eggs. That's the most consistent method. Again, jump to start out here. Don't trot to start moving. Most of the small mistakes I'll like mention has to do with like fundamental like movement stuff, which extrapolates a lot. That peak bomb's good. That peak bomb was fine. This is also good. I would definitely recommend doing this to most people. Peak bombing beside the alcove instead of inside of it. That was really, really good. Should definitely hold up a bit earlier. If I had to guess, I would say that you probably land on that shock pad a decent amount of times while getting that jiggy, or you press A too early. Just a general movement thing, or a thing to make it easier to grab that item in flight. If you're going down on it with a very steep angle, you're going very fast downwards. But if you go down earlier, and then get it when you're sort of going more horizontally, then you have a bigger window to react before you land. If that makes sense. So I'll try and show how it looks. Instead of doing this, instead of doing something like that, try doing something like this. Go down first, and get this, then tap A. Something like that. That was pretty solid. That's not bad. So right there, I could tell that you let go of A during that jump. You want to make sure you're holding A for the entirety of that jump until you beak bust. From here, jump, big jump, jump here, peck. Now you're gonna do a big jump, hold A, then right like a tiny bit after the peak of your jump, you're gonna beak bust. Don't let go of A. And assuming you're not over the claw like I was there, then you'll get both the crab and the X at the same time. Just don't let go of A like that. Hold it the whole time. What'll allow you to hit both in one. It's not bad. What's up, Vish Sticks? Morning. Thanks for the raid. Right there. This is what you did. It's kind of hard to show. Let me think of how I'm going to explain it while I get there. How was your stream? You did something like this. Something like that, and then you kept going on. What you should do, you shouldn't, until like Well, actually, for this whole section, like, until, like, the A after this letter, you shouldn't let go of the joystick. You should be holding up the entire time. Oops, I let go of A. Or, I didn't time the button. You should be holding up the entire time. Don't let go of the joystick. When you let go of your joystick, you're, like, not moving as much, so you always want to be moving. Just always hold the full direction here when you can be. It's not something to extrapolate into the entire game, because sometimes, very rarely, you'll have to hold the joystick at a neutral angle, like, position, but for the most part, you should be holding a direction on the joystick fully. You always want to be moving. What's up, Matt Pass? Morning.
Unless I know it's gonna be something I will enjoy. Like, how you gonna say that? Like, well, any Marvel movie I'll probably enjoy.
What's up, Anscam? Why'd you add one more Z? Try and jump out a bit earlier if you can, there right after you get the note. Swimming in the water is slowing compared to jump fluttering. But otherwise, that was a decent sandcastle. Only 1 second off of a 73, and 73 is like my standard. It's not bad. When you're leaving this level, very important. Actually, I should just go here. Don't leave by jumping. Leave every level except for RBB by getting into Talent Shot, then walking off and on. Every level except for RBB, since leaving that just has water. They're gonna be swimming. You didn't really need that health, but whatever. You could have just like fluttered away. But I also sometimes kill that guy out of spite. Try not to clip the ledge like you did there. Try and jump over that ledge. Try and keep jumping there. I notice you keep losing your slide here. At the end of the slide, Banjo will always lose momentum, even in the air. But in the air, it's like less noticeable. It's less important. Just try and not drop your slide. Wait, I want to see someone. Don't touch me. That's fine. That's pretty decent. Okay, so I don't like this camera. This camera could use some work. So this is what I usually do here. And I definitely recommend doing this as well. Start off with this camera, obviously, since you come out of the loading zone. Go hit the button. While you're beak busting, mash C right. Get into Talent Shot, and while you're getting into Talent Shot, continue mashing C right. And zoom out the camera. Or zoom out the camera earlier. But yeah, zoom it out. Then jump with this angle. Now you can see where you're going. Now specifically for this section, what you're gonna do is jump here. I like to run in the direction of like these lines a bit, or just have the camera in like this angle, sort of. Big jump here. Make sure you land here in Talent Shot so you can slide to the button and then peck. Change the camera once while you're beak busting, then go up here and backflip. Something like this. If you're like right here at the end of your first backflip, then you can get this token without having to beak bust. If you're any lower, then you'll have to beak bust for the token. And while you're doing this, while you're like roll backflipping up, hold Z the entire time and mash A. The camera was too low. So it should look like this. Hold down, jump flutter up, then roll. Roll up. So here are your two. You moved a tiny bit. Okay, but that was fine. So don't beak bust. Don't beak bust for this token. Unless you absolutely need to. But if you get that token, then just don't beak bust. Just hold down on the descend down, then jump flutter forward. I would 100. Okay, don't do this jump. Don't do this jump. A, because the cycle is extremely hard. The advanced cycle. The intermediate cycle only saves 2 seconds, but also, if you get this token now, instead of on the way back, that just, it saves no time compared to using the ladder. And it'll almost definitely just make this whole section harder. So, I would definitely recommend just don't do that jump right now. Don't kill this guy. Don't kill any Chompas here either. Yes, this is gonna be rough because that Champa is gonna ruin your chances at getting a cycle. Have you seen the way I did the gloop cycle in my RRBA tutorial? Or have you seen the beginner cycle at all? You should be able to have the movement in order, like, to successfully make the cycle, I think. So, let's go back. Haven't? Okay, so make sure you watch that. Go check my RRBA tutorial whenever you get the chance, and watch the beginner cycle that I do there, and copy that exactly. It'll be the same every time. Most of this movement is fine. After this Jinjo, don't do a big jump. Remember what I said in TTC, it'll take you longer to land, it'll take you longer to get into the water. Just hop into the water and dive when you're at your lowest, like, level. The movement here that you should do, get into the talent drop, 2 jumps down, do like a big jump or something. Just make it your way towards the ladder, climb up the left side of the ladder, jump flutter, mash C right. Now you're gonna jump onto this pipe, and you're gonna peck. I would definitely recommend just pecking, getting into talent shot. While you're getting into talent shot, I would also recommend mashing C right, so the camera's like this. I would just recommend using this camera because it'll get you used to having a consistent camera. So if you mash C right to get the camera pushed into the wall, you can just hold it straight up here, left, pretty much up, but a tiny bit right of up. Then you can continue on here, turn like that, then just follow this pipe. You can just drop your slide here, it's fine. Cut this corner as much as you can, get this Jinjo, tap A, jump into the water, make sure you take off in this direction. And just stick to the notes. Try your best not to miss any. And something like that should be able to get you the cycle. I'm not going to go over the entire cycle right now, because I don't want to. I'm lazy. But definitely just look at my RRBA tutorial playlist. Look at Clanker's Cavern. I'm pretty sure I do the beginner cycle in that video. Exactly how you should do it. Because the beginner cycle, it'll only lose like 10 seconds compared to the optimal cycle that I do. The actual, like, most advanced cycle. And you don't even have to do the jump at the beginning.
Yeah, I fucked myself because I missed a note. Shit. That's not good.
Yeah, so normally you would get 18 notes, and then you would get a bubble, and then you would turn the key. Then after the key cutscene is done, another bubble would be right in front of you, and you would be able to get that. Then you would be able to get the rest of the notes, then you go up. That's normally what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna go skip to the end here. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh wait, no. Wait, I didn't realize. Cropping was bad. Green. Fine. Actually, I need to fix it a bit more, I think. Alright, it's fine, whatever. Right here, better clankers. Boom, and clanker. Why am I here? Not where you're supposed. Nothing too big here, but get these notes as best as you can. I would recommend not doing a big jump for any of these. Just do like medium jumps and slide. This last note, land right before it, then slide off. Or you can even just like land on the note, and then just jump off if you want. It's slightly slower, but a lot easier to get consistently. Don't go to the right like I did there, otherwise that happens. Try your best to aim for the rightmost side of that ring there. Same with this one, rightmost side. That was good. That was a good backflip and flutter. Same thing here, rightmost side. Try and surface one stroke earlier there. Then you can jump flutter to the box instead of just jumping on the box. Don't do that there. Don't jump flutter in the water after that. What you could do here is just get into town. Oh, you do get into town shock, yeah. Don't jump flutter here, just dive right away. Because you have to go too far down if you do that. That could have been at 21. I would recommend not getting that egg. Just because you probably don't need it. Especially in this route where eggs are very lenient. There are better eggs to get anyway. It's honestly fine. You see this? So, this is a section where am I? This is a section where you can lose a good bit of time. If you don't know exactly what you're doing. This is kind of a small thing, but I think it's worth practicing. You see what you did here again? Thank you, you should be raised. I didn't see, whoops. Okay. Yeah. So your jump spacing is a bit weird here. When you land on this, you should zoom out, hold R, hold R as you jump towards this note, and try and have your camera something like this. And just do this over and over again. I would definitely recommend using a zoomed out camera, something like this. And try your best to do this without hesitating. Try your best to not have a neutral joystick at any point in this section. This does take a good bit of practice though, but it's definitely worth it. Because if you can make the beginner cycle consistently, that's a huge bonus. Again, it should jump down there instead of walk down. Not bad bolt jump. So you don't need bolt jump. I doubt you'll likely make the bolt jump cycle, but if you do bolt jump, then the movement you should do after it is like you're climbing up right before you get to the note, double tap A and go to the left. Then walk off, then peck, then use a shock pad. That's the movement for if you get bolt jump. But obviously if you don't get bolt jump, then you go here, Then you just obviously kill this guy. Oh god, no. Ugh! Get up there, jerk. You obviously kill the guy, and shock pad that way. I don't know why I took too long on that. Ooh, that was close. That's pretty good. I would recommend if you beak bust that, which I think you should, personally. Try and beak bust, recoil back here, then walk off. Wow, I suck. Walk off and get into Talon Trot while you walk off. It's faster than just recoiling back into the hole. Walk off, get into Talon Trot as you walk off, and it's good practice for just in general timing. Then jump neutral out, neutral joystick, then push left at the peak of your jump. Wait, I wasn't looking. I guess that's fine. When you jump here, you should be able to peck that instead of beak busting it. And you should be able to land here. You should land right here in Talon Trot and hold down, then peck. Then you should recoil back onto the wall. Then you do you do BZA here? Do you use the inputs BZ then A to get this? I think you do. Can't actually tell. But it looks fine for the most part. You do? Okay, yeah. I think this is either the beginner cycle or one cycle after the beginner cycle. I wasn't listening, but it wasn't too bad, considering you got bolt jump. Yeah. It's a good setup. BZA is a good setup. Should jump flutter first and then roll backflip. Oh, I see you took out the strat of getting the jiggy in flight. That's good. I would actually recommend doing it this way right now. Make sure when you enter this room, walk forward then walk to the left a bit, then get into Talon Trot and talk to him while you get into Talon Trot. Don't jump onto him. Make sure you're not over him, because otherwise he'll bounce you out of Talon Trot. Same thing in Mumba's Mountain. Same concept. Get into Talon Trot while you talk to him. And don't roll. It only saves 3 seconds if you do it optimally, which likely you wouldn't do it optimally every time. You would very likely lose at least like 2 seconds compared to optimal most times. It's not super easy to do it optimally either. I don't get it optimally every time myself. So right here. Wait, let me see what you did. Yeah, okay. Obviously just keep holding down there this whole time. Jump, pack, down with the jiggy. Oh, it's not. One second. So, slide, pack, hold down, land here. Whoops. Now you're gonna roll down right like after you go off the edge. Big jump, peck. Then you're gonna jump flutter, Jump flutter. Another jump flutter up here. Mash A as you go up this slope. I think you should do like 2 times. And roll, backflip, mash B. Similar to talent run in the loading zones. I don't think they're the same concept. They're not really. The concept behind talking to bottles in talent trot is that you're not fully in talent trot until you're not registered as in talent trot until you're fully in talent trot, which means that while you're getting in talent trot, you're able to talk to bottles. But in terms of loading zones, you're able to enter loading zones like in talent trot anyways. It's just doing the talent trot animation during the loading zone. Really all there is to it as far as I can tell. Yes, don't get in talent trot here. What's up, Schlongster? Morning. Yeah, so if you roll backflip, you'll be able to just hold pretty much straight up, let go of a tiny bit so you don't get whipped. Once you get that ginger, tap A, then hold straight down, and you can just go this way. Hold up. This is fine. If you can try and get those notes are kind of hard because it depends on where Clanker is, because Clanker will move your position relative to the notes, so you can't do the exact same movement every time. But you can get those notes a bit more smooth. It'd be nice. But I don't know how I can exactly recommend you do that. Just learn the cycle, learn where Clanker will be. Right here, this quick dive. Fuck you. Oh god. Let me up! Get over here. Okay. Can you beak bomb this? Well, you can beak bomb the Jiggy. Alright. So for this quick dive, what you're gonna do, you're gonna walk down to here, and then you're gonna walk to the left, and you're gonna get in and out of talent trot as you walk off. Like that. Then it'll get you really far down. Don't get to talent trot fully like on top, because that'll just lose you time. That's the proper movement that you should do. What's up, the amazing shakes? Morning. What time did you get on your randomizer? When you're going through this tunnel over here, where is it? There it is. Don't hold up on your joystick at all. When you're swimming against a slope that goes up like this, and you're going completely horizontal, like I am right here, then the slope will give you a free push up. You don't have to hold down on your joystick at all. 427, nice, GG's. What's up, the round cube? So right here, don't flutter like that. What you want to do is just walk off. Walk off, go a tiny bit to the right, so the left snippet comes towards you instead of the right snippets. And don't go too far to the middle. If you're too far to the middle, then the snippets will get stuck. And that's what screwed you over there. Hello, Jeffy Cakes. You should definitely get that next note first and then start pooping the eggs. That's fine. Yeah, just get all the notes first and then poop the eggs onto the snippets. Try and keep your jump here. Try and keep jumping here and keeping your slide. So, are you comfortable with this swimming section right now. You are comfortable with the swimming section and you haven't failed it in months, then don't jump into the water. You should just slide into it and dive as soon as possible. That way you drown quicker, and that way you just save a bit more time, because your air timer is starting a bit earlier compared to if you jump in. But if you struggle with this swimming section, then keep jumping in, of course. But just know that's how you would save time optimally there. Same thing, get into the talent right here, walk off and on. Jump here starting out, remember. I would recommend changing the camera while you do that. Even just holding R. Then you can jump here, backflip as soon as you land. So here, I'm actually going to raise that so I can show you this. You've probably tried this movement before, but some people struggle with this because they get hit by the Champa and they get punished. So right here, you're going to get into Talon Trot. You're going to jump pretty much to the right. You're going to jump onto this part right here. It's a slope, so you're going to have to jump somewhat soon after you land on it. But you're going to jump pretty far to the right. Then jump like that. Basically, you're jumping under the Champa instead of like jumping like under him, like on the slope, instead of jumping under from like here. Because that way you'll get hit. Just go under him like this. Something like that. Right here, make sure you keep your slide. Whoops, I clicked a button. Make sure you keep your slide. What you're gonna do, jump onto the first note, jump onto the second, and then you'll slide to the third. Oh god. God damn. You'll slide to the third, jump to the fourth, then slide to the button. Dude, shut up. I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to hear about Grunty and the Broomstick Boys. Jump, slide to the button, peck, jump. It's time to get funky. I don't have a visual cue. If you have a visual cue, then sure. But just aim for like the corner. Don't aim for the top over here, otherwise you'll get hit. Again, still try to keep your slide here as much as possible. A drop slide may only lose like 0.1 on average on like flat ground, but so far I've probably noticed at least like 10 or so in the first like half an hour-ish. That's at least like a second lost to just drop slides. But it's likely more, because if you drop a slide on uphill, that's a lot more time lost than on flat ground. That'll probably equate to like at least like half a second or so. Here I would recommend this movement. Oh god, don't touch me. I'd recommend not walking until you reach the edge here. Hold slightly left or straight down, then just jump right when you reach the edge there. Don't jump early. And obviously jump peck into this dude. It's a nice talent on loading zone. I would recommend just jump fluttering up, then get the talent on loading zone, even though I failed it there, but whatever. Jump to start out here. Very important. I don't know if you ever take damage in the swamp there, but really shouldn't. Going on the land where the BGS hut is like the same speed, and that's what I do. It's a bit safer, but that way is fine too. Just make sure you don't take an extra hit. That right there, what you did there was fine.
Genius, I know, yeah, I know, right? That's pretty good.
Stick to the right first and then go to the left. It's just a better pattern.
Sucks that I'm all the way over here in Eugene. Mr. Guest Tray is all the way.
So right there, I'm gonna fall there. If you noticed, you land in the swamp, you jump, and that second jump, if you notice, you lost a lot of momentum. What you wanted to do there instead was, you're gonna take your damage like this, walk a bit, then do a big jump to the wherever the hell this is. I have to go over there with a better camera, so you don't lose all your momentum on the jump. Because obviously the swamp slows you down with every jump. Nice. Big jump. Walk. Big jump. Heck this. Oops. Heck it. Walk to whichever one's going into the water. Get all three. And go enter. Yeah. You don't want to jump for it. You want to walk down for it. Right here, these slopes, they're not slopes. You won't slide off. So just walk off wherever it is. And get into Talent Shot. And you'll either get it or you won't. You got that there, but I think it would probably be worth learning the actual setup. The actual setup for this, you're gonna, while you're spawning, you're gonna double tap C right. 1, 2. And you're gonna hold upright and walk upright for a bit. Right around here, just shoot straight up. Then jump this way. The best reference for that, other than right here, is probably like Schlongster's PB. Schlongster does that really well. That should be the best way you can do that section. That practice. And that would have gotten you the cycle. Yeah. You have to make sure you walk enough if you want to just shoot straight up. If you don't walk up right enough, then you have to aim a little bit, which can be a bit harder. That's fine. What you should do is get into Talent Shot there, do one short jump towards like the edge of the platform, then a bigger jump towards the note. Yeah. So I'm assuming you've like done the faster method sometimes before. When you're all the way in that corner, you definitely don't want to go back onto the leaf. But it is sometimes scary because of the health man. Here. Then what you just do from here is big jumps. Big jump, big jump, big jump. Take a damage. Big jump, big jump, big jump. You're on the log. Just as easy as that. And I think I took the same amount of hits that you did there. Maybe one more, but I don't remember. You can do 3 big jumps in the water, or in the swamp, before you take a hit. That section was fine. Yeah, so probably don't jump here until like the last one. So, big jump here. Both others right when you land on you. Walk for all these. Walk. Walk for this one, then jump to the last one. And likely you can get this health if you can get a couple of them. Decent camera setup. That looked a bit sketchy. For 2 reasons. This jump is fine. So first off, you jumped like very slightly from behind the top corner, and that's very, very dangerous. You want to jump from either the top corner or slightly in front of it. And you jumped far to the right here instead of taking a straight line, which also makes it harder. Just make sure you try and take the straightest line possible, least amount of distance. And right there, when you beak bust this hut, you're gonna always want to also the same thing here. Remember, the same thing that I mentioned in Mumbo's Mountain applies here right as well. How did it go so far? When you're jumping onto this hut, there's a brief moment in time where you're over the corner of the hut, but you don't land. The beak bust right there. Then recoil down towards the note that shoots down. Then go counterclockwise. Then go up. Then that one you have to peck, jump, beak bust. You landed on the right note, you just went clockwise instead of counterclockwise. Same thing there, remember. Big jump, beak bust before you land on the hut. Just beak bust after you overtake the corner. That one was lucky. That was 100% lucky. Make sure make sure you shoot the shoot the egg while he's closing his mouth. That was like the earliest you could have possibly done it. But in general, try and like catch the pattern that he's on and shoot when he's closing his mouth. Getting this health here is fine, I guess. That's pretty decent. You want to try and peck into the boots. Pecking into the boots is the same concept as pecking into jiggies. Surprisingly. That's not bad. That was a good jump. When you're going up these cattails, make sure you jump before you reach the end. All of them. All the cattails. I don't know if you did it earlier, but you want to do it for all of them. This way. You're gonna go onto the cattail, you're gonna climb up. Forward. Then, right around here, just tap A. Then you should land on top. Or hold A a tiny bit, and you should land on top. With a neutral joystick. Don't move, don't hold up on the joystick, otherwise you'll jump forward. But it saves a bit of time over just auto climbing up like this. And don't get in talent right here, just roll, jump, flutter. Jump, flutter again. Hopefully that guy's not a jerk like he was there. Don't get into talent right there. Yeah, that guy was kind of an asshole. I saw a roll there. You didn't have to roll there. There should be no real reason to roll there. I like that decision right there. That was really good. Did a big jump and pecked to kill that guy on the way there. That was a good move. Don't get into talent right here. Just roll, jump, flutter towards this next foot. And I'll go there. Nice. Hold on. Same thing like this movement. Roll, jump, flutter, jump, peek, bust. Here, roll, jump, flutter, jump, peek, bust, mash, talent shot. You get into talent shot before the cutscene, then jump into his mouth. Walking here is actually not that bad since you have to drop your slide anyways, but I would still recommend jumping to start out here. I think Tituba is mostly fine. Okay. Fine. Just in case, make sure you always get these 3 notes after the jiggy. Don't ever get it like if you end on purple or red. I don't know if you usually do that or not, but just in case. What's up, Anscam? Well, it doesn't lose that much time on this level. Losing 5. I hope it doesn't sound bad to say it, but like losing like 5 seconds on my level is definitely a lot more punishing than losing 5 seconds right here, because you have your gold here is like a 1620-ish. I can check my gold real quick actually. Pretty sure my gold. I'm pretty sure you can get this split down to like a sub 15 modern day. So there's still like a full minute and a half to play with, and that trick isn't gonna save most of that time, but I could Ansgam, but you'd hear like a lot of his stream like talking to chat rather than game. I can up his a bit though. That's a bit better. Let me see this again. Something was weird here. Yeah, you only need 6 health here. Make sure you slide, peck into the boots. This is fine actually. When you hear that ringing, do a big jump so you can try and get to that note. But this is mostly fine. Okay, so if you end right there, like before that note, and you get into talent shot, that's good. Get into talent shot right away, then walk to that note, then start jumping. Because yeah, that kind of sucks. You're gonna have no health here, not enough health here. That's good. That's fine. As long as you can do this consistently without falling. And also waiting for that camera is fine as well. Peck into the boots. Same thing as pecking into the jiggies. That wasn't really movement. That was just like a mistake you made, which is fine. It's just it happens. But make sure you try and walk into that first note in talent shot, because that first note after the boots is what messed you up. Don't get it out of talent shot here. I guess if you want to backflip, you can, but excuse me. Sorry. But like, I don't know. That movement's kind of difficult. It's up to you really in the end what you want to do. The easiest way to do this in Talon Shot, make sure you're right in front of it in the middle. Big jump, hold up a bit, and you should get up. But it is kind of fanky. Oh shoot. Come on. So make sure, right when you leave a loading zone as the crocodile, this is actually where it's kind of unintuitive. Walk a tiny bit and then start chomping. Because if you start chomping and then move, then you won't get the actual acceleration. Just walk a bit first and then start chomping, and then start spamming B. Yeah, getting on the pillar is kind of difficult. It's mostly feeling, so you just have to practice it until you're ready to implement it. Alright. So you get everything round 1? Or half of this stuff, it seems. Yeah. I'm gonna see file. Come on. Dude, what are you doing? There you go. I'm twitched. Anyways. Yeah, make sure, I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but make sure whenever you end Vile, you're right beside him, like right up next to him, on the side that's like closest to the middle of the arena. Because that's where he'll throw the Jiggy, and you want to stay close to him so you don't have to talk to him. But right here, you're gonna have to talk to him. Just like that. That's not a bad idea for when to get them. Just jump over that and then keep chomping. Okay, so, alright. So, rock. Hello? Why didn't you transform us? So right here, what you want to do, don't jump as the crocodile ever here. Keep a medium zoom camera, get this note first, this note, chomp once on the way to this token, get these 2 tokens. Wow, I screwed up the camera badly. Get these 2 tokens, then get the Jinjo, then get these 2 notes, then get the Jinjo, or the Jiggy, then peck here. It should be the same version that you have. I still have this menu, but there's also some of the same options here that you can use. Either way, it's not too bad to get. If you don't, it's not too hard to get. You want to stick to the right here because sometimes sometimes the gruntling will come to hit you, but if you're at the right side, then he won't hit you. That's fine. Here. Try and keep your slide. Try not to drop it. Right there, what you want to do is you want to take off from the shock pad like you do here. You want to Right here, you want to flutter onto this platform, then get into Talon Trot, and then you want to jump to this note door. That's the optimal movement there. Jump flutter straight up, and then get the Talon Trot in the loading zone. Or you don't have to, actually. That's not that bad to not do it, not even attempt it. Because some people will likely fail it more often than not. The token, yeah, the token is in the route. When you're going through loading zones like this in general, it's kind of hard to like explain because it's mostly just intuitive to me, but try and stay on the right side of the loading zone here since you're traveling extra distance to go to the middle. In general, just try and travel the least distance possible is what I'm saying, but it's not the exact same spot in every single loading zone. It's just whatever makes most sense. Like for this one, you just take whatever straightest line you can to the loading zone. Camera's a bit awkward, so it's weird. Jump when you start out here. Yeah, boggy. Right there, little movement that you want to do is well, right here what I do is I just do 3 jumps to the right. On the 3rd jump is when I slide down. Go to the left like that. Boggy talk to me like he did to you because he's a jerk. Right here. Jump off the slope like that. Right here you want to peck at the bottom, then jump, then beak bust this. Slightly better movement. Like this guy is normal. Right here, face down. Yep, face down like I am doing here. It's good. Make sure you leave on time here. You should get into Talon Trot now, and you should start running away there. So... they're like spawned, but they're not like loaded, if that makes sense. So get into Talon Trot now, then start making your way. You definitely want to make sure you're all the way here before the thing ends. Big jump, so you should land down here. And right when this ends, you just jump straight to the left. Then you can continue on. So all this time you're not moving, that's all the time you're losing. It's not that they can't load, it's that they're not loading because they're not on screen. You took them off screen, so they're not really loading. They're not spawning, even though you can hear them. The good strat here, if you had a zoomed out camera before you beak busted the present, do what I did until here. So, jump beneath the flower pot, jump straight to the left to this note, get this note, slide, peck onto this note, then shoot 3 eggs straight down, assuming the camera like got caught like it did for me. If it didn't get caught, then you'll have to manually change the camera. But that's generally the strat, and I have a video for that too you can look at. If he chomps the first Twinkly, then yeah, you can salvage it. It's kind of difficult though. If you scuff up like any of the other Twinklies after that, then it'll probably be too hard to fix. Also, what was happening here? Yeah, so what you should do here, don't get the token right now, get it later. Turn the camera twice, from here, peck, roll backflip, 1, 1, 2, 1 flutter here, and then get the token later on. Questions are good, that's what this analysis is for. Any more information I can give is good. Yeah, not doing yellow star is fine. This is exactly what I would recommend you do. This is what I did in my first sub 2 PB. I beak bumped through the star, then I went back. Although that sucks. That's quite unfortunate. But what you would want to do, ideally, is when you take off from here, have a zoomed in camera, do 1 feather, then aim. Then go back. Beak bust, go down. Just like that. That's fine. Analyzes. Right after that button, right after that third button, hold straight right on the joystick. You didn't have to do that last flap. That's fine, honestly, that's not that bad. Don't get into talent shot there. Just jump. Okay, so I'll go do that movement actually. I was scared I was gonna crash the game. So here, don't get into talent shot, jump, flutter onto the like lip of this pipe, then peck onto the sled. That's what you want to do there. Just roll into this jiggy, don't walk into it. The ice mechanics make it harder. Try and change your camera earlier. So, going down here, change your camera so you can jump as soon as that corner ends. You should try and keep your talent shot here. Jump from like the highest point into this vase, get this token, oh, then just try and jump onto the thing. Some people get that token after, but that's not faster than 100%. It's not bad. Forget the number, but right before you get the last note, just pay attention to it. I think it's 21. So you're gonna jump onto the last note, slide down, and at the end of your slide, if you end the slide in the air, you're able to change direction to face whichever way you want. Just whichever way your joystick is like facing. If I want to point to the left here, I can slide down, go to the left. If I want to go down right, slide down. Whoops, I did that too late. Slide down, down right. Oh, but I went into the loading zone. But yeah, point is, when you jump to that last note, jump onto it, slide down, and point your joystick in the direction of that present so you land on it. Then slide down a bit, then jump into the loading zone. When you leave this loading zone, hold straight down. Hold straight down. Right when you land, just big jump. And tap R, like that. That's not bad. That was risky. These snowmen are really, really safe, but I think this is good. I do think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. If you can try and aim a tiny bit more left on the last snowman, though. But this is fine. You're gonna make it in. Good. So, here, a crucial mistake. You didn't wake up Mumbo before you went up there. So now you're gonna have to wake up Mumbo, and you're gonna have to wait for him to wake up before you can transform. And that's like a lot of time wasted. make sure you wake up Mumbo before you go transform. As simple as just running right in front of him. Like that. And getting all of these. Whichever order you want. So the way this works, let me see if you don't do that yet. Okay, so the way this works is that here we go. Obviously, when you jump and slide onto this right here, you can't transform in Talon Trot because you'll just peck out of Talon Trot. But if you like jump in, if you walk off this platform right here, then slide on the ground after that, you can't really see it that well there. But say I just walk off of here and then I'll slide on the ground. I'll have a slide on the ground. If I press B during that slide, I won't peck out of it. Which means that that B input can be used to transform instead. So, as long as you land on the button like that, after the slide, you can transform. Make sure you walk down this hill. Walk down the slope, then start jumping on the uphills. If you haven't, make sure you like. I would definitely recommend making sure you read the movement page. I wrote like a full movement page, beginner, like just general basic movement stuff on banjospeedruns.com. Should be able to take in some information from it. Let me see what happened here. I think you just missed that. You should jump into the water there. Water just so you can stay to the right. Fine. That was just a mistake, I think. I did see it, but it doesn't save time in this category, so it doesn't matter. It only saves time in no FFM, because you actually death warp as the walrus there. Make sure you jump on that uphill. So, jumping uphills in Talon Trot, I'll just show it. Let's go to Mumbo. Actually, no, I'll just de-transform. Faster, faster, faster! The QB menu. The FP. So look at my H velocity. It says HVEL. That's my speed. That's my horizontal speed. And V velocity is obvious. Why is it V? Wait, well, I guess V is just vertical velocity. So on ground, if you just move straight forward from a rest, gradually accelerate to a speed of 700. If you start by jumping, you instantly go to 700. When you go up hills, by walking, it sticks very low. It's very, very slow. If you jump up hills, see it's spiking to 500 every now and then. So it's faster to jump up hills than it is to just walk up hills. But that's still 500. That's not better than 700. So flat ground is still better. I want to mention this because the Walrus in the sled has a slightly different property. The Walrus in the sled moves the same speed on flat ground as Kazooie and Talon Shot, but when the Walrus in the sled goes uphill, it actually gets a speed boost. It's not the same as Talon Shot. It actually goes faster than 700 when it goes uphill. So you always want to jump uphill as the Walrus in the sled. It goes extremely fast. You didn't have to aim a bit. You didn't have to like aim to the left there. You could have just held straight down pretty much. Right here. Yeah, I guess that's fine. That note order. If you're not comfortable doing the notes in the race, then yeah, note order is fine, I think. Big jump over there. That's good. Alright. That was actually right. Normally you want to jump out of, jump to start out, but there you actually don't. Because, just like I mentioned how you lose speed going uphill compared to like flat ground, when you go downhill, you gain speed and you go faster than 700. It's more noticeable in this one because you don't bounce down. So if you look at my H velocity here, way above 700. So, leaving Mumbos, you want to just walk down, as far down as possible, and then do a big jump. Okay. So yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So right here, I don't know if you noticed that, but like, this is another very small thing that I'm mentioning because it's a fundamental. It's like a basic, not really basic, but it's a fundamental like concept. Right there. Notice how you stopped a bit right when you landed on the scarf? Well, I'll show it one more time. You have your momentum, then you just stop, and then you can keep going. That happens, and I mentioned this on the movement page. It's at the very bottom of the movement page. That happens because your slope timer like reaches its max, and then it doesn't have enough time to reset before you land, which makes you just stop. If I can do it properly here. Do that. In order for you to prevent that, make sure you're higher and make sure you land quicker. I like to change the camera so I can see like this ground. I aim for this dot right here and I jump from this dot to the scarf, and I never lose my momentum. My slope timer doesn't reach its max. This here is fine. Make sure you're jumping there. Okay, so don't do this note order. That note order, actually, like, it seems like it's better. I would agree with it because I used to be stubborn and I used to do that note order because, like, it mathematically makes more sense. But it mathematically makes more sense assuming the scarf here and its patterns are symmetrical, which it's not. You want to get this note, then go around, get this, dude, jump back, this, then go here. This note right here is closer to this shock pad than it is to this note over here. Keep that in mind. Get this note order right before the shock pad. Then go down like that. What you should try and do Make sure you have a zoomed out camera, and make sure you can see everything. Like right here, you have a very, very awkward angle right here, which prevents you from like doing this properly. Like you can't see above at all, so you can't see where you're going. You want to have a zoomed out camera. Your camera's like this, heck here, shock pad down this way, then go around the log, so you land right on the shock pad instead of having to travel to it. You should just hold up here instead of down. Holding down will lose you some speed. So, double tap A, hold up, land, and continue on. Notes are fine. Right there, when you jump, when you want to peck out of talent, when you want to peck an enemy, you don't want to peck it out of talent shot, because if you peck out of in the air out of talent shot, it just stops all your movement. I'm gonna kill this guy actually. Your movement just like stops. But if you jump not in talent shot, you continue moving. If you peck not in talent shot, you continue moving throughout the entire thing. So for this, what you want to do is you want to jump towards the ice cube, peck on the ground, then jump peck the ice cube. And it's slightly faster. Make sure you have a consistent camera there. Camera would be straight like this, tap C left once. Peck this guy. Honestly, you should just change the camera so you can see the note while you get the jiggy. And after that, you can just jump straight forward. Jump down. Actually, you would slide down. You would slide down that. Then you can just like change the camera while you're jumping in flutter. It's fine. Don't go into talent right here. Just roll. Roll, jump, peck. There's no reason to be in talent right here. Just gonna roll. Whoops, I did not roll there. Roll, jump, peck. Then you should give the present. And, yeah. Make sure you roll in between each present. I can't do it here because I don't have the present, but make sure you roll towards the kids in between each present. You shouldn't get that right, Feather. There's not really a need for it. It's not one of the faster ones. There's a lot better backups that you can get. Right after you get that last note on the hill, that's kind of fine. That's like just, this hill's annoying. But right here, you got this. Just do a big jump to the right towards that next slope right away. Don't walk all the way down. What's up, Clennette? Morning. 30. You got a lot here. 33 is a lot. 30 is a lot right there. Normally in the RBA route, you do the same level order pretty much. But normally you would have like less than 20. Still, keep your slide. Don't go over that, go in front of it. It's just a better line. Then you also have enough, a lot more resources to get on the thing. Don't jump here. Don't jump at the beginning of the boggy race at all. This one especially, until like after this bridge. If you jump like here, then the camera will like point at a weird angle sometimes. And that's not smart. That's not a smart idea to do. That's not possible to do. You're gonna lose the race. Yeah. If you can never get more than the standard here for the second boggy race. So if you miss a note, if you miss any note, if you miss the jiggy, anything during the walrus race, just get it as BK before you start the second race. Because there's nothing, there's no way to get any extra compared to what we like normally do. Yeah, so now you know, don't ever try and get that stuff. And especially right here, make sure you're jumping up hills. Absolutely make sure. Here's actually fine to walk down, but you should be jumping more. I'm curious what you're gonna do here. Yeah, okay. I personally really despise this strat. I understand that it makes it somewhat easy, but I don't know. I just get triggered at this strat. So the best way to do it, I think, now is right here. After you get this second note, don't jump off. Walk off. You walk off here, then Boggy will go flying. He'll go super fast, and that's actually good because that means that you can go as fast as you can. And by the time you catch up to him, he'll start going very slow, and you'll basically be at the end, ready to win the race. Just walk off that hill instead, and just go as fast as you can. This isn't just something that you do, this is something that a lot of people do, and I get sort of triggered at it. I don't know why, I just hate this strat so much. Damn, we're only an hour in. God, I gotta hurry this up. That's actually pretty decent. Because getting that gold feather is actually worth for you right now. You're not max. That... Okay, that one I don't think it was worth, but... He's like, I want that gold feather. Right here, you're gonna get into talent drop. You're gonna jump 1, 2. This is somewhere where I would recommend you drop your slide because it'll make it easier to time your jump. Drop your slide and walk down, then do a big jump. If you drop your slide, then you don't have to hesitate at all. Around the present. Wait, do the notes around the present backwards. Go around as beat. Oh, gold feathers, yeah. It depends on the rest of your race. The way you would want to do the race optimally would make that method impossible to do. But you should generally try and stick with the way that we do it now, I think. If you can, that is. The end of the walrus race is like a lot more deceptively easy than you may think because of what I mentioned earlier about the walrus's speed on the sled going up hills. The end of the race has a lot of uphills, so you have a lot of potential to cover a lot of ground extremely quick. So if you collect all those collectibles there, then you can like book it to the finish, even if Boggy's like kind of ahead of you. Whereas in the second race, remember how I mentioned going up hills as BK is technically slower than flat ground, so it's a bit more risky to get all the notes around the presence there. Excuse me. Ideally, yeah. Ideally, you would actually get 3 notes around the blue present, then the token, then you get 1 note before ending the race, like at those 4 notes. Then you would actually get 2 notes during the BK race up there. But that's a much more difficult strat, and it's a lot tighter that I wouldn't recommend to most people. but getting 2 notes out of the 4 up top there is like the standard. That can also be hard sometimes. So, yeah. Remember to leave the level in Talon Trot. Oh yeah, going to the 450 note door. Stick to the right side of this ramp as you're going towards the door. Just a faster line. Here, you actually wanna... Actually, I'm gonna see what you do. Yeah, that's good. You do want to get into Talon Trot here. If you're gonna do a big jump, just do a big jump right away instead of walking and then doing a big jump. Because you walked and then you did a big jump, and that, like, you were, like, swimming into the wall for a bit. Which is kind of weird. But yeah, that's generally decent. Aim for the left side of that loading zone. Just from the beginning of that section, just to take the best lines you can. It looks like you don't go for chump jump, but that's fine actually. That movement was fine. Honestly, that movement is fine. You don't have to peck onto the podiums if you don't. Like, they don't. It doesn't make any real difference. It's still faster to get into Talon Trot. Faster! If you want to lure this guy, make sure... Oh, shoot, this guy sucks. Oh, no, dude. Whatever. You want to lure that guy, swim aiming between the 2 alcoves, and once he notices you, swim towards the fire. Here... Nice. Jump up left to get this this token, then just tap A down left, in fast motion. And you'll get a really good quick dive. Don't get a quick dive here because the water is higher. But it's generally what you want to do. And I'm too lazy to fix the water. Is there a variant for this? There is. Wait, no. There's not. Never mind. Wait, what is this? Oh, there's a variant for that room. Cool. I didn't know that. Aim for the right side of that loading zone. Surface on this stroke. Don't surface like that. Because you're surfacing right before you reach the fast part of a... Where am I? I want to be here. I want to be somewhere else. So obviously there's a fast part and a slow part to each stroke. Dude, why do you... You don't want to surface like right... You don't want to surface right after the slow part, like there. You don't want to surface like this. Wait. Like... You don't want to surface like that, because that was right before the actual fast part. You want to surface right after the fast part, like right there. Something like that. And then just jump flutter the rest of the distance. Here... Okay. This is important movement. Obviously you'd enter this loading zone in Talon Trot if you can. Get into Talon Trot, 3 jump straight down. 1, 2, 3. The third one will go over the edge. Once you're going over the edge, push up against the wall to land on this door frame. Once you land on this door frame, don't jump down, just slide down. And just keep jumping. And tap R. It's a straight line. That talent shot in the loading zone is pretty worth it to go for. Make sure you're jumping here. Jump right away. Don't drop the slides. Same thing here. Yeah, pegging onto the puzzle platforms, they don't actually do anything. However, what does matter is trying your best to jump into the middle of the platforms. Oh, this is already filled up. You want to try your best to jump into the middle of these jiggy platforms. When you just land on these jiggies, Banjo is gonna slowly walk to the center. And if you just jump there earlier in Talon Trot, then there's just less distance for Banjo to travel slow. Just aim for the middle of the pedestals if you must worry about the small details. Anyways, here, go this way, to the left of this. I would like to zoom out here. I'm gonna make a safe stay right here, just so I'm gonna kill this guy. Yeah, I wouldn't usually be here. Anyways, continue with this line. Go to the right of this path. Right here, there's this big black splotch. You're gonna peck right here, do 2 eggs, then go down. That's the farthest you can be. Then you enter MMN. Show me MMM early. Watch my tutorial. These notes are a pain in the ass. They're huge. I would say, if you want, the way I do these notes into Talent Shot, do a big jump for these, jump back, then jump up left. This like, it's so hard to explain because I've done that. I like picked apart that section so long ago in order to try and find the best setup that worked for me, and now it's just muscle memory. I do think a big jump to these first 2 notes is the best play. And I still fail those notes, like, every day. So here, you're gonna do what you did there, this is fine. Poop an egg onto this. You're gonna make sure when you roll down here, don't roll down from here. If you roll down from here, actually it'll still work. Make sure you roll down from, like, just the very edge. And don't roll at an angle. If you roll at an angle, your roll will just stop like that. Roll like straight down, if that makes sense. And if you do that, then you'll get like a little bump there, and you can continue moving on. So you can do that, whoops. Do that, then you can walk off. As you get into gold feathers, break the thing and then get in. Grunty, shut up. You shouldn't get into Talent Draw here. Nice damage. What you should do is try and roll down. Actually, you can get into Talent Draw. You know what? Try this a couple times. Try this a good amount of times, but if you can't get it, don't worry about it. Roll down and, like, hold down and press B at the same time. And you can roll again, jump flutter. And this guy's a piece of garbage. He's never here. Anyways, after that, you want to stop right here, right under this torch, then hold Z, shoot an egg down right, just straight in the notch, down right on the joystick, and you'll break the thing. And if you're in Talon Shot, just make sure you don't peck this barrel. Shoot the egg from the same place, then gold feather these 2 barrels. What's up, Thigh Snake? Morning. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for the raid. Keep your slide there. Yeah, so right here. This is a good basic movement for you to learn. When you leave this loading zone, do a big jump straight down on your joystick. Right when you land, peck, roll, backflip. You want to make sure to not spam B, because if you spam B, you'll accidentally bear punch. Walk a tiny bit after you peck, then roll, then backflip as soon as you roll. You should be able to go high up this pipe. Don't get into Talon Trot at all. Here, same thing. Don't get into Talon Trot. Killing this guy's fine. I don't know if you've tried the method without killing the guy, but it's not too hard. Killing the guy's not too bad though. Hold up left, roll, shock pad back down. As soon as you touch it. What do you do here? Hold on a second. Doing a big jump there is not the worst. You should definitely look at the screen. That'll be my advice to you, because I noticed you were looking away from that screen like while that loading zone was ending, and then you hesitated. Stuff like that can often stack up. I've noticed that happened to a few runners. You just want to wait until you see Banjo land here, then as soon as you see him land right on that this edge here, then you want to hold right, straight right. And obviously go up there, not up left, but seems like you were playing it safe. Going the other way around this room is faster, but it's not too big of a difference, so you don't have to worry about it right now if you don't want to. You don't need that red feather, but it's whatever. Not a huge deal. Let's see. So, if you're going to attempt Napper Skip, if you're going to poop an egg at all, don't get the token here. Don't get this token. If you poop an egg before you get Napper Skip, this token will always teleport to you, whether you get it or whether you don't. So never get this token if you're going to attempt Napper Skip. The way you did that there just barely saved time, though. I will say that. You got it, which is pretty good, but this whole setup, it took a very long while. If I had to estimate, I think it would probably save like a second, if anything. Remember to keep your slide. Here it's actually okay to drop your slide. Also, I would recommend getting this note before this note. It's slightly a new change that I started doing, and it makes this ghost a lot nicer. Here it's a bit more understandable to drop your slide because the maze movement is awkward and sometimes hard to navigate around the teehees. Like, this guy's a jerk, so it's good that you drop your slide there. Trot under him. He was a jerk again. That was a good hive jump. You don't have to pick up there, but if it makes it more consistent, it's good. Pots. You shouldn't jump out of the roll, and this roll that you do here, it should be aimed a bit more up. So you can aim behind the pot. Anyways, I don't have too much to say about pots. I'll say as much as I can, but if you want to learn pots optimally, I have a full tutorial on that. It's like 15 minutes long. That's generally what you want to do. Just change your camera better. Use C left here. Press C left a lot more. Press C left one more time here. One more time. But so, okay. I don't like this grass, but whatever. So, right now, if you just look at my normal movement, you see that I'm just trotting. You can see the slides, they're like little blocks of dust, little circles. After I jump, there's some dust there. That's basically what I call the slide. And obviously you want to start jumping whenever you're at a standstill to accelerate you to your fastest speed. And after you jump, you have this full animation of the slide before you go back to normal trotting. See how I'm back to normal trotting and there's like little blocks of circled dust like everywhere? You don't want to reach that point. If you reach the end of the slide and go back to normal trotting, that's when you lose speed. You can actually, oh, whoops, you can see it right here on the, where is it? On the menu here. So I'm gonna jump 700, still at 700 during the slide, but when I reach the end of the slide, my H velocity right there, that's my speed, it's gonna go below 700, and then it's gonna go back up. You don't want it to go below 700, so you want to keep your slide. You don't want to reach the end of your slide. You want to just keep it by keep jumping. If that makes sense. So, yeah. That's the basics of it. There's a lot more information on it, a lot more to understand about it, and understanding that helps a lot with quick dives in general as well. So, if you want to learn more about that, two things you can do. There's obviously the movement guide that I linked earlier on banjospeedruns.com. Definitely read that whole thing. And the other thing, you might have to ask for it in the BK Discord or something, but there's a movement guide, like there's a video that 8-Bit Beast made about general movement mechanics. You should definitely watch that as well, and that'll explain everything. That'll explain everything you need to know about the fundamentals of movement if you read both the movement page and watch the video. The rest is just like learning how to apply it and where to apply it. See, like right there. Feeling this guy is good. Jump, slide, you went to trotting for just a bit there. Yeah, there's a gap there, that means you dropped your slide. That's what that means. It barely loses time, but it does stack up. It does stack up a lot if you're not careful. But hopefully now that you're aware of it, you'll be able to fix it more. Best setup here. Where am I? For Tumbler is when you enter this room in Talon Trot, hold up, do a short jump, then a big jump, then just peck. And then you'll always land on Tumbler. Yeah, it's a wide turn. That's just your movement from B to the A. Also, you don't have... Skipping that text doesn't lose time, but just so you know, skipping that Tumblr text, it makes the timer count down faster. But it doesn't actually lose time. Also, your line should go like right under this I right here. And land on this side of the A. It's kind of... Tumblr takes practice. Tumblr takes a lot of practice. I've had to practice this a ton. Just try your best not to get hit. You should be fine most of the time. One thing I will say though, don't move at like... Where's the ghost? There he is. Don't move at like jagged angles like this. Don't do this to turn. When you're turning, you should make a fluid turn like that. Go away! So, don't do this to turn, do this. Or not, don't get hit, but like, do this. Something like that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That wasn't a bad decision. That guy kind of sucks sometimes. So it's harder to keep your slides when you're jumping down hills, or, well, yeah, jumping down hills, but also when you're jumping down these stairs. So when I'm jumping down these stairs, I like to do bigger jumps, so I can just skip over the entire stairs and keep my slide. Don't get into talent shot there. Roll, jump, flutter to that shock pad. Also, cut this shock pad early. Also, this gate, just so you know, the hitbox for the gate is in the very middle. So you have to peck the middle of the gate for it to break. You pecked the lock for a second there, and then you faced towards, so it didn't break, and then you faced towards the middle, and then it broke. So just so you know that. Like, right here, or like, even earlier than this, you should flutter to the Jinjo, instead of landing on it like that. Got the token. If you don't know the setup for this, I think I told you the setup before, I might have. Stand farther back. This is a bit too close. You want to stand farther back so there's a bigger window. So you can jump earlier, and then there's a bigger window for you to, like, get the Jiggy. So stand a bit farther back, and the Jiggy bounces when you get the Jinjo. You want to jump down right, like, as the Jiggy's at its peak the second time. So, Jiggy bounce once, Jiggy bounce twice, right there, jump down. You basically did it there, but I don't know if you used the Q or not. Yeah, the gates are weird. Jump to that shoe. Right there, make sure, do a... I explained the setup a bit more in detail in my RRBA tutorial playlist if you want to see it. But here, when you get the shoes, do a short jump down to the stairs and then a bigger jump up there. This jump, if you're not jumping in the direction that you started in, then you're losing time. If you go like this, you want to make it towards here, like towards that corner of the room from here. And you start out your jump by facing up. That's a lot slower than if you just go like that. See? So you want to make sure that you just are pretty much always jumping and moving in the direction that you started your jump with. If that makes sense. I gotta leave this room. If that counter reaches 0, I'll just be sent back to the beginning. It's chopping out a bit. Okay, I'll just like stay closer to my mic. Sorry. This part is fine. It's actually not that bad movement. It's okay. I'd recommend improving your camera work here a bit though. In the church. So I'd like to zoom out here. I like to make the camera straight with this line right here as I go towards here. Do the backflip up here. Jump flutter onto the shock pad. Whoops. Jump flutter onto the shock pad and get a flutter cancel like that. Shock pad up here. Your camera should be something like this. You should be able to like be straightforward with the organ. Go up here. You can just like go right here onto this black key, then backflip straight to the left. Get the text and beak bust. Then just continue on with the whatever. What's up, Cabinescence? Morning. This is not bad. Just stick a bit. It'll just be a bit better if you stick a bit higher on the white keys. You don't have to move up and down as much.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about when it comes to that. Fuck that.
That's fine.
I hate it, dude. God, it makes
There, you also want to make sure skip the text by holding L, B, then tap R. And make sure you let go of R first, because that's what because the way you skip the text there is what made the camera change like this. Because the R input is going through while you're facing down. So that just makes the camera face down like that, and it makes it incredibly awkward. After the thing normally, you should be able to just do jump upright, then up left, back here, and backflip up. Just be aware of how you're skipping the text. How do you do this section? This is not bad. Yeah, this section is hard to do in general. Yes, just do what I said about do the order of buttons that I told you about. Skipping text in general is not L, R, and B specifically. It's just L, R, and B, those buttons. So any combination of those buttons will work in any order. So here, you could try and practice this a bit if you want. This is the easiest way to do the talent shot movement, I find. The camera, if you're here, the camera's going to be set. Backflip up here. Backflip up here. I would recommend just jump fluttering to the right side of this organ. Get into talent shot. Now you can just basically spam jumps to the left. Big jump around. Fall down here. Big jump as soon as you land there. Then you can take off. Also, I want to check something real quick. Ugh, dude. That takes a lot more practice than it may seem there. I've put a lot of practice into that section. Okay, yeah, I was right. You do not have to peck onto this in order to use it. You can just use it in talent shot. As long as you're pointing the joystick in the direction that you want to take off. Don't peck onto flight pads, just take off like in talent shot. Right after you get that jiggy, you want to do 4 A presses, but also do a sharp turn after that jiggy so you're facing towards the switch earlier. Here, what I would recommend doing, this is what I do currently. 4, 5, up, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna beat bust the switch. I hold R here, so the camera starts changing, and Z. Right when I see Banjo, I let go of R, and then I get into talent shot. Make sure you let go of R before you get into talent shot. That means then this way the camera will change while you're getting into talent shot. And you can jump basically up, and you can see where you're going. And do that. This is fine. Yeah, I assume you just wanted to peck there. Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate where that tee was. Right there, actually, what you should have done while you were taking fall damage there, you should have changed the camera more that way, more to the left, so you can see where the tee is, so you can react a bit better. Seems like he was in a quite unfortunate spot, but I think you could have still made it if you stuck on the front. I'll try. This probably wouldn't have worked in this situation. This situation kind of sucked where the tee is, but in general, I'll try and explain how to avoid the tee. You're gonna want to do a big jump all the way up here. Then, usually for most places where the tee is, if he's on the right side, this will work. You wanna run to the left side, run to the higher part of the armrest, but when you're running, make sure you're on the very front of the pew here. Like here. That way the tee is facing, the way the tee is like closer to where the camera is, which means you have more space behind him to get the note. And you can jump up there, he won't hit you, and you can get that note and go down. Just keep that in mind. Even though sometimes you may... like, it's not too difficult in general, but that's still really good to keep in mind. Beambo. Beambo. So right here, I can tell you right now that with an optimal section from leaving the church to exiting the level, this could be like 10 seconds ahead of PB. And it could gold by like 30 seconds. I'm just mentioning that to show like how much potential there is here. I'll show you the setup that I have for this. Hold straight right. Right when you gain control of Banjo. Oh, I'm gonna go back into the church. Stupid. Hold straight right. Right when you get control of Banjo, just jump, tap A. Oh, wait, I did that way too fast. You're gonna tap A to the right, heck onto the dirt patch, and you're gonna zoom out and press C right once. I do all the inputs really fast, so it's kind of hard to like picture. Something like this. Other than slow motion, actually. Something like this. And you poop the egg like that. You can basically hold just up left on the joystick with this camera. And as long as you're just standing like right here, it's fine. Do a neutral jump and then move on to this pot. Make sure you're jumping from this side of the grave to this. Make sure you move a tiny bit to the left or to the front and then jump up here. And go continue on. It's actually not that bad. What are you gonna do here? Alright, that's good. This is actually fine. This is fine, but I will recommend a better camera. Oh no! Bum, 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 bum. So right here, you're gonna be something like this. You're gonna do a big jump in talent drop, and you're gonna zoom out while you're jumping. Big jump to this note over here. Big jump to this note. Now, once you get this note, jump up left for this note. Then you're gonna jump down right, and when you're jumping down right, double tap C left. Now you can just hold up right for these notes. Up right, up left, slide down, big jump to the finish. I definitely recommend using that camera. I did that actually in fast motion, so you have a reference. If you want to practice this out. Because this movement is definitely worth it to practice out. So, big jump, jump, oh, 1, 2, jump, jump. You basically just use the notches on your joystick and it's perfect. What's up, Dossie Bully? I'm struggling myself, bro. You'll get through it. We all got struggles. Gotta fight it. You should just be jumping as the pumpkin, except for when you're going down hills. When you're going down hills, you want to walk as the pumpkin. But you should, otherwise you should just be jumping. Ooh, okay. If that happens, you have a lot more iframes there than you think. I noticed this happened the other day as well. Getting hit by that Champa will always happen. You should expect it to always happen if you're going for those gold feathers. And you'll likely land like somewhere in this area. If this happens, you can just walk straight down towards the pipe. You won't get hit. You have a lot of more items than you think. Just so you're aware of that for the next time that happens. With the homies, yeah. Honestly, not a bad health to get. If you notice, there's no slide with the pumpkin. There's only a slide as BK when you're in Talon Trot. There's no slide when you're a transformation. Just pointing that out. And also keep jumping. A lot of this, I've mentioned a lot of the things in this analysis so far, but a lot of the time loss just to like me or something is just taking straighter lines. It's pretty much mostly it. Taking straight lines is number one. Then after that is knowing what to do and like exactly which places in terms of like which moves to use where. Hesitation is another thing. Jump all the time when you're at the pumpkin, but not when you're going downhills. When you're going downhills, you want to walk as the pumpkin. Same goes with all other transformations. As in the walrus. As a crocodile, you always want to chomp. So, stay on the right side of this pathway here. Just travel down this right side as you go towards the door. Don't jump here. Downhill thing work on the roof. It does. Yeah, the roof counts as a slope, so yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do, yeah. I can actually show you. I've worked on this like exact line. Where am I? A good bit before. Where's However, I will say walking down hills is faster than like jumping down hills. However, optimal lines trumps walking down hills and like that sort of time save. Optimal lines is better. Like your goal wouldn't be to go to the slope as fast as possible then make a line. Your goal would be to make the straightest line to the drain pipe. So the straightest line to the drain pipe would have you go like here. Then you continue in this direction. Continue like that direction, like this way. Something like that. If that makes sense. So performed one morning as Among Us. I don't know what you do here, but I'll tell you right now, for this menuing, when the screen fades to white, so right now, you should start holding start. Then you can buffer that start input. Oh yeah, I'll show that in a second. I forgot about that. And then here, right when this final jiggy fades in, start holding start. Now here, start holding right to buffer one right input. It'll buffer your right input to file 2, then you have to press right one more time to get to file 3. You can buffer most of like the pause menu. Yeah, don't mesh. Make sure you buffer it. So you wanna jump this way. You wanna go to the right. Go over. See this dot right here where I am. You wanna basically go over this dot. You wanna aim for this dot and continue in the direction of this dot for a while. then go towards here after he goes away. Pretty much it. You just want to aim a bit more to the right. It's pretty much how you dodge that guy. Jump to start out here. Don't drop the slide. The usual. Yeah. Make sure you're jumping up here. Jumping up hills is way more important than just jumping on flat ground. Go for the right side of that loading zone. Where you jump out starting out there. Keep the slide. See how the mistakes I mentioned early on is just like the small mistakes I mentioned early on are just like repetitive mistakes. It's just the basic fundamental movement mistakes are the mistakes that repeat over and over and over again. Those are the kind of mistakes that like stack up. Same thing here, as I mentioned earlier. You want to get into Talent Shot on this lower platform and then jump up here. Stick to the right side here. Okay, so you're right there. Exact same thing as when you're about to enter Bubble Loop. If you remember from there, you're gonna take damage in the sand. Now here what you do is you jump, then when you jump again, you lose so much momentum on this jump, so you go very slowly. But what you can do instead is walk a bit after you take damage, so you don't have that slowdown, and then you can jump and keep your momentum. Same thing as before, exact same thing. Like right there, you can do a big jump straight down for that Jimmy jump. So what route do you do? Okay, this route. This is not that bad. I have a full video on exactly how to do this section. If you haven't watched it, you definitely should. And you don't have to backflip up here. Oh, I'll go there right now. Also, this is the good route. This is the route that I think you should do, so good. Talent Shot, big jump down. I like to zoom out here as I jump back up. Go to these shoes. Stick to the left here. I like to change the camera here. Slide onto this. Then, personally, I like to walk to that first note and then jump after I get it. Jump, jump. Now you can do a big jump and get the token while you slide on the wall. Dude, I suck. Let me do that again. Look at that. You can jump, jump, jump as normal. Continue on. You wanna go up here a tiny bit so you have enough height to make it up here. Now here, you can't jump into this. You can't get up there if you jump like this. You have to see how this wall is slanted. This will allow you to gain some extra height if you jump into it. So jump into it and slightly to the left or slightly into the stair, and you'll get up here. Same thing here. Jump into the wall, and you should be able to get up. Take off like that. First thing I would recommend learning is this route that Gogo mentioned. So I have an entire video on this. It's kind of, it should be on, I don't think it's on the website actually. You can probably just look for it on my YouTube. Just search up Gobi's Valley, and then the name of the video is like Gobi's Valley Intermediate Route Explanation. Watch that video, and then it'll teach you about how you can like sort of manipulate RNG to improve your chances of getting good ring RNG. But anyways, what you would do is, in general, if you don't, oh wait, so The good thing about not doing Gobi Clip, sorry for like starting, but the good thing about not doing Gobi Clip and getting this ring in flight is that it has a chance of spawning a ring like behind the cactuses. You know how you shoot Gobi's nose? Behind there, a ring can spawn, and if that ring spawns, that's a really, really good ring because it's right beside you and it saves 3 seconds. So you definitely want to get that ring. If that ring doesn't spawn, what you would do instead is now you would fly to Ruby's pyramid, beat bomb that target, do everything inside Ruby's, come outside, get the ring, then continue on to the matching pyramid, just as if that was your first ring. Then you'd go all the way around, do all that stuff, and then when you beat bomb through that ring the second time, then you would come here. And hopefully that time you'll get Cactus Ring, if you didn't get it the first time. And then you would do Jinxie, and then you would continue on with the rings like normal. It might sound a bit more confusing than it actually is, but it'd be much easier to understand if you watch the video. That's definitely the route I would recommend learning first. Sup, Shake? React content. Don't get those. You know, there's no reason to get those notes there. Just go straight into the loading zone. Inside of here, they need to be in talk about. What you want to do is, why is it so far down? You're gonna jump up, jump left. I like to zoom out, pause, and mash C right, jump down. See how there's a spider web from right here? You're gonna slide to the left, and you're gonna do a big jump and peck. And that should always get you up here. And just shoot an egg into here and continue. You could implement Water Pyramid Clip. However, I will tell you right now, if you don't plan on spending at least like half an hour learning like the specifics and learning and getting used to the actual route, then you probably shouldn't do it. Because it's not a route that you can just like implement once you know the trick itself. Because the trick itself is the easiest part. The rest of it around it is hard. Knowing the backups and knowing the speed shoes movement, knowing how to do the rock, that's all the hard parts. Alright, so right here, you should learn how to shoot this guy. So right here, I have a medium zoom camera. I jump down, jump down. So remember how Kazooie, I'll show you right here. Remember, you know how Kazooie aims a tiny bit to the left when you shoot an egg instead of straight forward, because this game's great. The ring itself is just to the right of the center, but if Kazooie's gonna aim to the left, then she's gonna miss. So if you have your camera straight like this and you're jumping down, heck, walk a tiny bit in front of the square, then shoot straight right, and it'll work. Now here, when you're going up, I'm gonna wait till it goes down. After you shoot that egg, the first egg to raise this carpet, you want to zoom out, turn the camera like this. See that, let me pause. Look at where the S is in view totals. Just look at where that is. I'm gonna unpause. See that black splotch on the ground? Basically the right side of that rectangle right there. It's in the middle, right there. You want to aim at that. Aim at that, and then when that like black line, that's like on the S right now, is like below the carpet, then you should start shooting eggs. Alright, I probably made that a bit more complicated than it actually is. Then it should work like that. Get 3 eggs. You jump here, do that. Okay, so this is another thing. So, gold feathering down here is an okay option, although you probably don't need that health right now, but it's okay if you do want it. When you gold feather off an edge, I'll make a safe save right here. This is what you did. Oh wait, let me do that again. Hold on a second. Let me actually see what you did. Because there could be two issues, but I think there's one. Okay, this is right. The gold feather as you walk off. This is what you did. And then you went like that. Something like this. You went like... Then you went... Continued on. What you should do is this. You notice the difference there? The difference is that I'm letting go of gold feathers before I reach the ground. Like, way before I reach the ground. That gives me control a lot faster than what you did right there. Because if I let go of Z when I reach the ground, then I have to wait for the whole animation to finish. But this way I can just gain control immediately. Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, is this gonna work? Yeah, that was very sketchy. I'll show the general, like, easy setup I have for this. Oh, nice. What? Easy setup I have for this. To walk out, zoom out, 1, 2, 3, change the camera 3 times quickly, jump up here, zoom in, make an invisible line in between this note and this note, and you're gonna walk in that line. If you need to get this note, then just get it. But do what I said with the line. And just continue jumping this way. You should just land right here. And don't do what I did there. Wait till it fully goes up before you jump up. Oh no. Okay, yeah. I guess I should also teach you this, because I don't know if you know this. The setup for if you miss a ring and you want to just get it without talent, like with talent shot like this. See the seam on the ground right here? Make this basically straight. But also make the nose face straight to the right. You're gonna go to the bottom of the hill, hold straight up. From the bottom of the hill, you do one big jump, one small jump, and one big jump back. And once you see the nose, once you fully see the nose, then you peck. Make sure you aim for the right side, because the right side is lower. Just like that. You should get in talent shot. Should be able to continue on. This is the old reliable. There are more fancy setups that you can do, but just worry about mastering that one for now, because that will be your best friend for a good bit. You should just jump straight to that platform right there instead of going to that sliding a bit. It'll set you up better for this head. There is, yeah. Like, obviously you can do a short jump. A big jump. If you notice, a short jump makes you fall pretty fast. If you big jump, then you fall pretty slowly. And you're really floaty. But medium jumps can travel a good bit of distance, and they fall fast. The medium jumps theoretically have like the most optimal usage places. If you can, try and get into talent shot right after you shoot the last egg into this guy's mouth. If you shot 2, you should try and get into talent shot there. Then hold R. This is what I would do. Jump here, peck, get 3 eggs, get into talent shot. Hold on. Second one is the hardest, yeah. It's actually pretty decent movement right there. Don't stay at the bottom here like this though. Oh god. Go. Come up here. Start going towards like the middle back of the pyramid instead of staying at the bottom. Travel up. Then fall down here, get the Jinjo. Big jump here. B plus. Yeah, jump over the sand for sure. There's no reason not to jump over the sand, especially since you have a lot of health right now. Those feathers, these feathers are decent to get. You should definitely try and mash Talent Shot before that cutscene plays to get you a free Talent Shot, but these feathers are not bad to get. They're like half a second or so. Oh, you rolled down the wrong direction. That's unfortunate. Don't get into Talent Shot there. If something happens, don't get into Talent Shot. Just roll. I have a whole video tutorial on this room. Okay, so right here, this is actually important. This is very, you should watch the tutorial I have on this room, but I'm also gonna mention this right here. This is kind of triggering. I'm not gonna lie. Never enter this room in Talent Shot. Okay. When you enter this room, go straight up. Don't move to the right at all. And you will beak bust this button. After you beak bust this, roll here, beak bust this. Always land on the top right corner of this button, or this tile. If you land and spam gold feathers, there will be 0 frames where you can take damage. So even if this guy is standing right there, you can like stand inside of him and you won't take a hit. Spam gold feathers, beak bust this. Go here, don't get that token now. Do these ones, these 4. After this one, now you get the token. Now you hit this one. Then this one, and so on and so forth. How that worked. And you would get that health when you kill that guy. Normally. I missed, but yeah. That's what you do. I'm gonna skip the rest. Use that as a reference and use the tutorial I made for it as a reference. Just mainly fix where the token is. Yeah, herp 69. Oh, that was actually pretty good if you aim that last shot slightly more to the right. I think those first egg shots were good. Just try not to spaz it out a bit too much. It happens. Like I do that too sometimes, but try and be more calm with it. That right there, I think what actually happened is I think you might have actually landed on the thing. You might have actually landed on the flight pad there. But sometimes you can actually get like a weird zip that'll clip you somewhat through the flight pad and it'll take damage still, which is annoying. But either way, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't beak bust down like that. You should just walk off, flutter, then take off. It's way more simple, it's slightly faster. And yeah. And change the camera so you can see where you're going. Did you do 3 feathers there? You should only do 2 there. 2 there. I will also recommend. So okay, I will recommend don't do water pyramid clip yet, because what I'm gonna recommend is start doing grab it at the end of the level instead of now. Get used to grab at the end because it's a better route. Yeah, I saw that happening. See, you're basically facing up. Banjo's like sort of at an upwards angle instead of facing like straight forward. So you want to tilt up to fix this. See, the center of the screen is like not up here. The center of the screen is like right here. This is where you would aim if you beak bomb now. If you beak bomb now, you're aiming right here. Right here. You're not going to aim for the target. Banjo's above the center of the screen. You're gonna aim down here. It's kind of hard to explain, and I feel like some people notice when their flight isn't changing the camera as much as it should. When your flight, like when your feathers aren't changing the camera as much as you feel like it should, then tilt up on the joystick to fix it. But it's still kind of hard to explain. Don't get into talent shot there. Just roll, jump, flutter forward. Forward. You can backflip a bit earlier as well. Backflip when he's about to go up for the third time. So, up, to, right there, backflip. A bit earlier than that. Don't get into talent shot like that. Just get into talent shot and then go forward. And then just hold up. That way is actually much more dangerous. Don't jump in here at all. Right here, you shouldn't be jumping at all. Don't jump at all, because you're gonna be forced to drop your slide, and there's so many awkward angle changes, and you can't reasonably keep your slide. Only jump for this token, then just keep walking for this. Once you leave this little alcove thing right here, then you can start jumping again. This is a good setup. That's fine. That's fine. This head is the easiest. You just shoot like straight forward, 3 right away. Then right after you shoot 3, you should just like jump back as fast as you can. And same thing, just walk off and flutter instead. That happens. That's really high. It's a decent height to aim. You should only do 2 feathers there. You press. Actually, I'm gonna show that right now. When you're aiming that way, this is a very simple setup. You'll have like a zoomed out camera, I think. If you're aiming that way, press A 2 times and hold up, and just beat bomb. Practice that over and over until it feels comfortable, because it's very, very easy. Then do this however you see best. I'm not going to explain how to stay in flight because it's not. It takes a lot more practice than most other thing. I don't know what I'm doing. That actually might stay in flight. Yeah. Oh no, that sucks. Oh no. So, if you stay in flight, actually, the best thing to do is actually this. This is like beat bomb that way. But it can be kind of weird. It depends on your health. If you want to learn health management, that will help a lot. But what also works is just straight up flying to right here, and then getting in talent shot, then running here. Your talent shot speed is faster than just normal flying, without a beat bump, obviously. And when you're here, make sure you get this note, then get the shoes, then get this note. I noticed you got both notes and then the shoes. There's no reason to get the shoes later, because you're gonna lose them in the water anyways. Keep jumping here. Stop dropping your slide. You know the drill by now. 4 honeycombs? That's good then. 4 honeycombs is exactly what you want. No more, no less. You would want less if you're doing water pyramid clip route optimally, but this route you definitely want just 4. Also, that token shouldn't be in the route. You should just hold down a bit, and then just dive when you see Banjo's at his lowest. You should try and jump between these collectibles, but kind of difficult. You want the easiest setup? I'm gonna just do water here. Banana, banana. So the easiest setup for like this movement section to get this note. It's not what I do actually. Slightly older method. You can just hold straight down. Like a save here. Hold straight down. Right when you land on the sand, tap C left one time, then just jump while holding down still. Oh god, something like that. Let me do that in fast motion. Actually, it's right when you walk off. Never mind. I made a mistake. It's been a long time since So you're gonna leave this room. You're gonna hold down right when you walk off this edge. Tap C left once. Hold down still. Then just keep going down this way. The one in Water Pyramid or the one on top of Sandy Bus Pyramid? The one on top of Sandy Bus Pyramid is better. Right there. This is your last ring. After your last ring, you skip this text box. After you skip this text box, you can move for a bit until the cutscene starts. Look, notice you let go of you're not moving at all there, but you can. Yeah. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, the ring won't activate. But if you do what I did there, then it'll be the easiest method. Yeah. My setup for this is just tap A right when you reach the edge of this wall, up. Then it's basically like a jump, just slightly left of straight up. Then you can jump back. That. But that takes a lot of practice, muscle memory. It's not impossible to do by any means. It isn't too hard. But it is kind of weird because you have to go slightly between the notches on the joystick, which not a lot of people like to do. But that is the setup. You just tap A right at the edge here. Big jump back. Hold R here. I definitely recommend holding R while you're jumping back and changing the camera, because it makes it a lot easier. Yeah. What you should be doing here is... What are you doing? Where am I? Oh, I'm not... Lost. Oh, this is where I am. Ah. My, like, horizontal axis was there. First, you should be jumping here, specifically so you can peck out of Talon Trot here, then you can hop into the coffin. This is a good jump into the pot. And alright, I want those gold feathers more than the ginger. Here what you should do is jump basically up the pyramid a bit to the leftish. Oh god damn. I'll just pull it out of here. Right away you're gonna jump basically like to this side of the pyramid right here. You're gonna jump one big jump to here, then one more big jump to like right here before this egg. Not a big jump, but like just jump to this egg and slide off. If you go too close to the egg, or if you're on the egg when you slide off, you'll take damage in the sand. So just be careful. We're almost done, kind of. Still like an hour left. Diving into the sand the other day, yeah, that happens. Kind of funny because you take damage specifically because the game thinks you're not like swimming and you touch the ground. If you take damage there and then die, you'll go into the drowning animation, which is reverse of what happened. You should go the other side around Trunker, to his right, or to your right. Jump up this hill. Normally here you would get all 3 notes. Here is where you'd want to have good movement. Get the issues, tap A up, tap A here, jump to Trunker, jump for all these notes. Hold R as you go through these notes, go up leftish a bit. Then your camera should be straight, so you should be able to just hold up and get these first 2 notes. I missed. Hold up to get these first 2 notes, then get this one, and just walk down here. Get the jiggy and all that stuff. You should know your health by now. I don't know it, but you should know it. That's actually weird. That doesn't usually happen. Usually the way you do this, just take off the zoom camera, and just aim anywhere, and you just keep bombing and it works. And don't get in talent shot here. Good. You actually don't want to get that last note either, because you basically land on it, but it's whatever. This last part is not too complicated, or not too important, because you're going to switch that anyways when you learn grab a last. But you have 4 health, that's good. If you have 4 health, this is the smart thing to do. You should be walking in the sand here to take the hit as soon as you possibly can, instead of delaying it. Because there, you were able to take a hit, but you were in the air, so you didn't take a hit. Then you would do it again here. You would walk in the sand here and take a hit as soon as possible. And then you would get these 3 notes after that. And then you wouldn't have to wait as much at the very end here to die. And again, leave the level in talent trap. Not bad camera. Stick to the right here. Don't go into the middle of the loading zone. Stick to the right of this ramp here as you're going up towards this door. It doesn't in the same sense that pecking applies to like the jiggy. Wading boots and jiggy are pretty much the same, but not really as the running shoes. One interesting thing about the running shoes, though, is that I'll show you. It doesn't really lose time if your running shoes is going to end somewhere specifically, but you definitely want to enter running shoes in Talon Trot compared to not in Talon Trot. Because if you enter running shoes in Talon Trot, right there is where the speed shoes timer starts. But the issue here is that it's starting while you're doing the animation of getting into Talon Trot, which means there's less time you're able to move with the speed shoes, which means there's less time you have like with the speed shoes. Basically, you want to enter Talon Trot before going to the speed shoes, so you have slightly more time with it. And it happens naturally in most places anyways, but still good to know.
No, you did it wrong. It's capital B-O-O-B-A.
Look at that bird. Don't jump peck there. This is where you would wanna, for that specific gate, you don't wanna do this. You wanna do this. Peck with the, break that gate with the peck you used to leave Talon Trot. It's actually ironic because Ploth made that same mistake in his run that I analyzed the other day. And he's like a 200 runner. Mistakes can happen to anyone. Even me. That was not bad lower section. Hey, he started jumping when he entered. Can you believe it? It's crazy. The loading zone's fine. Oh, he's doing this strat. Oh, okay. I personally wouldn't recommend you doing this strat right now. I would recommend... Warehouse 1? Not Warehouse 1. Just... room? Is it? Yeah. I would recommend doing this room like this. You would be in Talon Trot. Big jump, peck here. Roll, jump, peck this guy. Get in Talon Trot, walk off. Go here, 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 jump out. That's the easiest way and it loses like next to no time. And right here, what you should do is when you come out of here, jump up here. You're gonna, oh yeah, you actually do this. Skip that note and get that on the way back. Actually, I got confused there. I thought you did it wrong, but you did it right. Never mind. Got confused. You floated a bit early there, but still made it in the hole there, which is good. Alright. It's slightly better to get those two notes on the right side before the left ones, but it's fine. Not too big of a deal. What's up, Captain? Let me see this again. You should definitely be moving during that recoil. Just so you can get closer to the fans. It's just slight movement that'll save you a tiny bit of time. Right here, you can be moving towards the fan. Do you know how the camera works here after these cutscenes, PxlWeezy? Out of curiosity. So yeah, I was not paying attention. I just zoned out. Don't roll in there. Just walk in, take a hit, and then roll in as you're jumping right before you jump through. See that again. You're not? Okay. That's pretty decent roll jump timing, actually. So when you hit this button, and the other button, the camera will face whichever way Banjo is facing. If I'm facing straight towards the fan, that's where the camera is gonna face when I regain control. Then I can just walk forward. But obviously you probably still want to do that. Same thing with this button. Camera will face wherever I'm facing, so if I face like that way, I'm gonna face towards the Jiggy now. And it's scuffed. So keep that in mind. Which is why, actually, I should have led on with this Which is why my setup here, I had a good setup, like, use as like a beginner. I make the camera straight like with this. Oh god. And then I would jump onto this. Heck to the left. Straight to the left, then beak bust, then just keep going to the left. Then, when I regain control, the camera would basically be perfect. Now I have to do very little realigning. That's fine. Just make sure whenever you leave Talon Trot, don't leave Talon Trot like this. Never do that. It's even faster, like, to just do a neutral jump than peck. You should never leave Talon Trot just like that. If you ever decide to. I'm curious how you do this. You know how this clip works? The way this clip works is that... Oh, I didn't mean to press that button. That this window, this glass right here, is a bit more forward than this wall. So there's a very teeny tiny gap between the window and the wall. So you'll only ever clip if you're going from the wall to the window because you're trying to walk into that gap. The setup that I like to do is when I'm going up there, I like to roll a tiny bit to the right, make the camera angled, like that, and then you can basically walk straight forward. And you should be clipped, and you should clip usually like at the second try. That angle that I used was a bit too much, but it still worked. 2 lines, 1 above, yeah, exactly. You have a lot of delay, so I end up just explaining things anyways. Oh, you don't get this token. You should definitely get this token. When you leave this room, hold Z, hold down. Right when you land, tap left C, oh, whoops. Tap left C, down C, right C. But that's not what it would look like. I messed up stuff. Hold Z, hold down. Left C, right C, down C. And jump down here, out of here, get all of these. Gives you a really good camera. The earliest that you can jump to that box is right here, when the shadow changes. Big jump. We'd probably just, go a tiny bit further. Also, in case you didn't know, you might know, but in case you didn't know, if you ever miss that box, or near somewhere like right here, don't go to that box. You can just do a big jump and just peck up there. Of course I fail it. Dude, really? Oh my god. I swear this is easier than it looks. Dude, what the hell? There, I did it. I swear that's easier than it looks. If you tried, you'll get a first try, I swear. There. I got a first try. Okay, that's generally a faster backup than going back to the box. Definitely be aware of where the hole is here. So, from this note, just tap A, don't do a big jump. You want your slide here to run out as much as possible before you walk off. So you don't go so far down. Like right there. Now, right here, if I dove right now, I would make the same mistake that you did, and I would swim into the bottom of the cage, or the, like, whatever, the wall. So I want to float up a bit, tiny bit above the hole, and then dive. Like there. Now I can safely get this ginger. Honestly, surfacing here is not that bad. It's technically faster to stay underwater, but I would definitely recommend just doing this because you have more time with your air. Also, definitely learn the faster strat here. Definitely time to learn the faster strat. 100% time to learn the faster strat here. 0% chance that you'll be doing lower strat after this. So, it depends on the place. It's very dependent on the place. That's something that, like, I have to time every single place in order to know what's faster. But right here is actually, in most cases it's situational, but what's faster here is actually to keep going straight this way. Because this is a slope, it'll push you up automatically. That. And you'll go to the surface instantly. But that's not in every single place, so. Anyways, I was saying, for this method, you're gonna run into here, jump, flutter, roll, jump, flutter. Just as simple as that. Jump, flutter, roll, jump, flutter. Those. Walk up, A, B, A, A. Get in talent shot. Always do that. That's the method I do in my current PD. It's actually not the fastest method. I find the fastest method kind of difficult. I'm starting to do it though. The fastest method is like doing this. Just mashing A like 4 times. But there's barely any difference at all. Do this method. A, A, B, A, A. I think this guy's fine. If you get that second jump, okay, I'm not gonna show you how to do the slope jump, but if you get that second jump off, just tap it into the water, and go do that right away. Don't try and salvage something that you can't do in the first place. It's a really difficult strat, and I'm not gonna explain it here because it's difficult, and I don't think it's worth it right now. But you should have a plan for what you want to do. When you jump off of here, just tap it into the water. You don't want to do a big jump because then you'll just be swimming into this wall for no reason. Just tap it and do the same setup that I mentioned before. Right here. Make sure you take off way towards here. Flutter here. Make a straight line with these notes. And once you have the straight line, roll backflip and hold down right when you're backflipping. Jump into the water from the Jinjo. No, not really, because you're gonna have you still have like talent drop movement, and this talent drop movement is way faster than just BK movement, than just swimming movement. If you can just, even if you like just do one jump without jumping off the slope, it's still faster. Anyways. Don't backflip here. Just jump up. Roll, jump up, whatever. Good. Actually, I wanted to see one thing. Yeah. So, after a backflip, if you notice, I have to wait a long time before I can roll. And I have to wait a long time before I'm able to flutter. Or, not flutter, talent drop. But, after a backflip, I can bear punch as soon as possible. After a backflip, I can jump flutter as soon as possible. And after a backflip, I can beak barge as soon as possible. So, right when Banjo's feet touches the ground, beak barge. Hold B. And make sure you're holding Z during that backflip. Like that. Yeah, because it's probably just earlier than you think, because This is basically how long you waited, but this is how long you have to wait. Do that again. This is how long you have to wait. Like, you don't have to wait at all, pretty much. Mad Pass! Damn, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Wow, that's a lot. Hey, 2 of those people are in this chat right now. Nice. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Ploth got 1. The Legend. Chevy, Captain. 13013. I'm not familiar with that name. Let me look back. Wait, did you get that? Hold on a second. Okay, no, you didn't. Actually, this is probably perfect. This is like perfectly fine. That's like basically what you should do. I wouldn't change the way you do that boombox. I am mental. No problem. That's actually decent movement there. Except you want to enter Talent Shot when you enter this room. This Grublin in this room is always in the same spot. So, enter Talent Shot. You're gonna hold slightly left of just straight down, jump right by him. It's a bit spooky, but he's never gonna be in the way. Get this, then leave. For the Xbox trolls. You have that run safe, Slip Boy. So right there, I noticed you weren't holding a direction. You should be always holding a direction on your joystick during the loading zone. You don't want your, well, for most places. In some places like MMM after the windows, you don't. But here, you want to be holding slightly right of straight down during this loading zone. Slide a bit, big jump, hold R, peck the ladder. Climb up, jump flutter, like that. So glad none of it was documented. Good. You should be just tapping A for these. I can tell you were holding it slightly longer. Just tap A, tap A, tap A, tap A, tap A. Jump in there. It's actually not that bad. Yeah, that room's not that bad. Okay. Alright. That is a bit sketchy, but I think that was like below average for you, so I think that's fine. So we tried to do that. What you tried to do there was good. Just make sure you aim further, like the front. Aim like right here, then slide off, then change direction in midair to go back in. Oh no. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to explain why that failed. Basically, the angle that you were facing when you jumped, you're facing sort of into the wall instead of facing like straight to the left where this like wood is going, which means that all your speed wasn't going away from the Champa, which means that you got chomped. You really have to be swift with that movement. It's really all there is you can say. Here is fine. Here is easy to do that section. That. Okay, I think you can learn this move. Tap C right 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aim for this dot right here. Aim for this dot right there when you're jumping right there. Aim for that dot. Then once you are on that dot, push into the wall. Jump off. Big jump off and on. Push into the wall again. Then you should have enough height to make it up here. This slope jump I would recommend you do. This one's really easy. Okay. That's fine. Normally you'd want to do short jumps between the the barrels with not a lot of room between them, but it's fine. Here, you want to make sure, take off this way. Don't take off to the left, take off down. Take off whoops. Take off down, well, come on man. Down, flutter to the left, then flutter back on. Roll, backflip, same thing here, beak barge as early as possible. Like, you still waited a bit longer than you had to there. But, okay, chill. What you should do here, this is actually where you'd want to roll backflip. Roll backflip right away. Press B, Z, and B, Z, A as fast as possible. Oops, jump flutter here. Keep jumping. Hop off right after you cross this metal part. And just flutter. You should land on the jiggy fine. That should be good enough movement to just get you to kitchen before the cutscene starts. Sometimes, I feel like sometimes the cage cutscene starts at different times. Alright, so right there, don't go to the middle, just walk down like this, walk down, oh, that guy, he's never there, I swear. Walk down, then go to the corner, then jump up here. Okay, so, don't jump there. After you jump here, jump down to this table here, and then the corner note. That's fine for the most part. Should be jumping here, and you should change. This is one of the few places where lag definitely matters, because you're facing the entire level there. Mash the hell out of C left, so it's facing like this. Then do that. Okay. Right here, if you're gonna gold feather the dude, don't get those notes first. Flutter forward, get the dude's attention, and gold feather him, and the chompa. Make sure you killed the guy, then jump. Then get these notes on the way out. Don't get them on the way in, because it's better talent trap movement. See if you know how to do this jump. Okay, so you do go for this jump. This is the setup that it's really easy that everyone does. When you leave this room, hold straight right during the loading zone. Right when you touch the ground, do a big jump, then right when you touch the hoist, jump up left. Just like that. It's way easier than it looks. Zoom in camera's good here, yeah. Walking for this is actually where I would recommend some people just drop their slide and walk for those, because not a lot of people are good at keeping their slide for those notes. So until they have better movement, I feel like it's probably worth it to just walk for some of those. Right here. I'll show you the direction I go. To get these notes, I'll just drop my slide. This is what you should do. Whoops. Fine. Jump over this side. Go around this way. Turn the camera like this. Now your camera should be something like this. And just walk for this jiggy. Or roll. It's fine. Now, go all the way to the edge, big jump over the 3. Once you see your shadows over the 3, or like right before like mines, then you can beak bust, and you won't take fall damage. Then you can do the whole code, and it'll be fast. Skipping that. Okay, land. Make sure you land there. Make sure you land on the bottom of the 2. I made that mistake a couple weeks ago, though. I can't complain. I feel like I hear an ice cream truck, but it's 4 AM. It's kind of scary. Right here, when you get this note, hop down, peck. Then get into talent shot, jump up. Get into talent shot when you enter this place. Go around this guy, around him from the left. Then you have to react for this. The second guy can either be in the way, so if he is, you have to go around him like that. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. It's a little creepy. Yeah, definitely don't go for these notes first. Go for the token first. So I actually don't know if it's any slower, but I know it's more consistent as where the first guy is. It's not the right way, bud. So that token is that token in this route? I think that token might be in this route. I think it is. Anyways, there's this faster movement that I do now to get that token, but what you should do is just go behind it like this. Then get this. Hop down, big jump like here. Then just go like that. Actually what you should do is that's my muscle memory from what I think is easiest, but it's actually easier to just do the jump from up here. You jump here, then you can do a big jump all the way here, and it'll make it even easier. Hey, I can't believe I missed that note twice. That section can be a lot cleaner with a better camera, so don't do that. Just either peck that, jump peck, or poop an egg onto it. Section can be a lot cleaner, but I'm not gonna show that here. I'm lazy. How much health do you have here? Don't do a big jump there. Do like a medium jump as you go out. Also, oh shoot. I'm not gonna go there, but I'm gonna... You should backflip onto this note right here, then go this way, then end on this note, then jump out. The cleanest way. Go up. This is where we need the soundtrack, the laugh track for Slipboy saying something in air quotes funny. In this room, what you should do, don't surface right away like you do here. You should do 3 strokes and then surface. 1, 2, 3, surface, jump flutter, get in talent shot, then just go straight forward. Run straight forward. You don't even have to kill these guys. Especially if you have more than 3 health. You should just walk straight forward. And don't do this note. Okay, so this is the note order. Go to the right, like that. Go to the left, up. Right here, your camera flipped. And I explained this a couple days ago as well, but you probably weren't here. Camera flipped because you're hugging the left wall. If you're hugging the left wall, the camera's gonna flip like that. Make sure you're a bit more to the right on the way to this note in order for the camera not to flip. You go for this one, then go here, jump B plus. Because now you have to go back down here and you don't know where this guy is and he's gonna hit you, exactly. And now you're down to hell. Now it's even more scary going back because the Chompas can kill you. It's a mess. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. So do you know exactly how this Jiggy Jig skip works, PxlWeezy? I won't bother explaining it if you do. Just want to make sure. I will say though, you shouldn't peck Snacker there. Pecking Snacker there is dangerous. Because now he's like gonna chase you. Not that much, but you should peck Snacker so you bounce off of him onto the Jinjo. Okay, don't do this. What you want to do here is you want to do 3 strokes. Here, 1, 2, surface right here, jump flutter, talon trot, go down here, peck on the ground, then kill this guy, plus this, talon trot. I want to speed this up because it's very late. But don't go. You just keep going straight there. You don't have to go up like that. Jump, jump, backflip, jump flutter there. Don't walk in, just jump flutter after that backflip. Try and get the talent shot noise in. It's kind of rough. Stick to the left. That's fine. It's good enough. Going here is fine as well. But, go. Try and keep your slide like normal. Try and beak bust like the left side of that switch. I don't know if you know your feather count, but if you don't need, also go around the back side of that wall, not the front side. Only jump like that if you need that gold feather. If you don't need that gold feather, slide into the cutscene. You definitely do not need that gold feather. The movement there is to do 3 jumps, and then at the end of the 3rd jump, then slide off and quick dive. It's not bad. It depends on your route. I think like 17 or 18 is best. But it depends on your route. Click Lockwood has varying tokens depending on which route you do. Sliding is not the sliding, so jumping and talon trot is generally the fastest. Sliding, walking, and jumping are all the same top speed. Jumping accelerates you to your top speed the most, and sliding, as long as it's on a flat ground and in a straight line, it will still be at a speed of 700. Walking will slowly accelerate to a speed of 700. So they're all the same. It's just like one accelerates your top speed the fastest, and if your slide reaches the end, then you slow down. Then, so yeah. I think that's just a rounding error, Slipboy. Because you can reach 700. You just have to go long enough. I think it's just a rounding thing. So what you right there. You're gonna get in Talon Trot. Oh, what the fuck? I wanted to move the menu away. Move the menu. Back right here, roll backflip. Backflip this from the front, not the left. Because it's a lot easier. Then you can just backflip straight left to get up here. Go here, this way. I don't know, I expected this to be over sooner. We got like 30 minutes. I should have done this a different day, oh well. Oh wait, what did he... Yeah, this is fine, never mind. That's not bad, that's not too bad to do. Because no one will watch it. Okay, go around the other side of Irie, not that side. And when you're taking off from this shock pad here, move during your like charge up towards this side, so you recoil closer to like the edge. The point of this isn't to make it super in-depth. It's to make it like somewhat personalized, but also to explain different mistakes at different levels. Explain the different steps you would need to take as you get better. So I don't have to do any more. Because one of my main goals was just to have one of these for like a bunch of different skill levels. And I've already covered a pretty wide range of skill levels. Right here, I'm going to show you the setup. I have a video on this, but I'll quickly go over this. Big jump. We're going to do the same thing as normal here. Talon Trot, jump towards the slope. Jump towards it and hold R. Once you have that camera, start jumping to the nose. Don't touch the camera. Right here, where I'm standing. Right there, that little triangle. You want to go above this triangle into the wall. Shoot an egg up left. 1, 2, 3. Straight right. 1, 2. Straight right. Into Talon Trot. Go up the hill a bit, then get into Talon Trot. Hold it down right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn the camera once to see right, and do spring clip. And whatever. Yeah, don't jump there. That's likely why you missed that note, because you jumped. Don't beak bust there either. Only beak bust if you want to refill on your health. Because beak busting in general is slightly slower there. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I still like the idea of having, where are you going? Of having different like level reviews, like level EB like analyzed. Like I'm satisfied with what I've done so far. I don't have to do anymore, which is why I raised the channel points. And I'll probably raise it even more, to be honest. It's not, it's not slower for Winter Clip 2. So when you're doing Spring Clip, I can actually show this right now. When you're doing a Spring Clip, look at my V velocity. See how it's going up to 4,000? When I clip through, it's gonna send me down at that speed. And if I beak bust, I'm gonna pause for a bit, and then I'm going down. But I'm already going down at super fast speed, so I don't need the speed from beak bust to like take me down. Whereas a Winter Clip, you're coming out of a beak bomb, coming out of the end of a beak bomb. So, if you beak bust there instead, you don't have any previous speed, so you'll reach the void out faster. But it is also somewhat about refilling your health. Yeah. Try and get into Talent Shot as you walk in here, and then you just hold straight down. Don't walk to the left like that. Go to the left here, not the right. The roof is slightly centered to the left. Slightly offset to the left. Okay, so you should definitely do, definitely do this setup. 100% should do this setup. 100% should learn this setup, and don't do any other setup. Where am I? I hate how this thing is at the other side. The exact other side of the road. Right. So when you leave this place, hold Z, get into Talon Trot, tap C left once, tap A straight down, let go of Z, fly down, flutter, beak bust. Do that setup. It's 100% consistent. That's a good worm RNG. Didn't have to peck there, but I understand being safe. You should make sure you're higher up before you beak bust this. Make sure you flutter up here and then beak bust, so the bird isn't active before you beak bust, because that's what made you miss him the first time. It's not bad to go feather. This is fine right now. In-depth questions are super rare in general, I feel like. I would like accept, I don't know how I would say it. I would be as satisfied with an in-depth relative to a runner's skill level. Like what Claire was asking in the Discord today. That's like still good. So here, I'm pretty sure you don't need this token right here. I'm pretty positive you don't need that token. Either way, just review the paste bin in the resources channel, and for the token route for RRBA and copy that route. And don't get in Talent Draw here. Don't get in Talent Draw here. Like 4 diagrams. This is fine. Yeah. The camera's very sensitive if you go underneath. I find going on the snipper actually like more safe. Don't get that note first. Don't get the middle note first. Get the like farther back note first. Jump straight to here, and then get that note on the way back, since it's on the way. If you want, you can just like stand on the slope to make it activate as soon as possible. That's kind of sketchy. You can stand on the slope and then just wait for them to pop in and out, or out and in. Yeah, don't get in town. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I forgot something crucial. I forgot something big. Pretty sure. It wasn't here. It was farther back, wasn't it? Why am I in spring? What the fuck, dude? Why? Stupid. Twitch, can you work? Fuck you. Dude! Go back. This is so annoying. Dude, go back! I'm so mad at this. My fucking god. Play! Fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, okay. Don't get this worm here. This worm is not in the route. The route doesn't have that worm getting that. You don't get that worm there in this route. You don't get that worm there in any route. Just don't get that worm there at all. You get that worm after Irie in this route. Or in every route. Yeah. All you have to do is just jump up onto this side of this nest without Talon Trot, fall down, and then just flutter down onto the worm. Because now you're going to take fall damage, and this whole movement section is a lot of movement without Talon Trot, which is very slow. That probably loses like 5 seconds or so, or more. That worm has costed me a gold before. Kinda sucks. Oh, you almost got the floating worm there. That was close. Sometimes that worm can like either disappear completely into the wall, or it can just go flying into the sky for no reason. Alright, you're doing the soft lock route. This isn't what you're supposed to do in the soft lock route. In the soft lock route, you just go straight under this like ramp thing and get these notes now. Don't get that snare burn right now. And don't get these either. What you do is go straight under that ramp, don't get that snare burn. Right after this, cut the corner and go towards Mumbo's hut. Don't get these right now. Now do Mumbo's hut. Always count 4 notes here, so you know exactly when to walk off. Big jump. Don't go. Okay. You need to learn the actual fall route. Why did it? Oh yeah. I messed it. Dude, screw you. My god. This is gonna happen everywhere. I gotta rust the bucket. This is interesting. Did I fix it? This is the fall route. You're gonna get this worm. This way. Towards this clucker. Activate the clucker. Get the note, turn back. Get this note, don't go to the snare bear. Go under here. Cut the corner. Go to Mumbo's hut. Once you leave Mumbo's hut, go this way. Go over here. Get this worm. Go down this leaf pile. Get this note. Start going this way. This note. This note. This note. This note. Jump back. Quick dive. Do all of Naughty's house. Come this way. Jump up here. Go feather this guy. Get that, whatever. Jump. Make sure you jump to this corner before you jump across. It's the only way you can keep your talent trot. Get this worm. Jump down. Don't hit Gobi since you're doing soft lock. Make sure you jump into the wall, so this boosts you up. If you jump like this, it'll take several jumps, but this only takes like one jump. Big jump here. Now start making your way back. Now you're gonna go climb up the tree. Now you get this one. You jump here, don't get the snare bear still. Now you go climb up the tree. Yeah, that's the normal route. You go, yeah, you go back now. Okay. You laugh. Oh, you mean here. That's the version. If you want to kill any enemy on the ground like that, never jump peck like that, because you'll lose all your momentum and it'll be hard to change your angle and stuff like that. But if you want to kill an enemy, peck on the ground, then jump peck to kill them, because that will give you all your momentum still. Just always keep that in mind. 3, 4, 6, okay. Interesting. When you enter this room, hold straight left on the joystick. Hold straight left on the joystick, you'll land right on that note, get the worm. Note, note, and so on and so forth. What do you have to do to get me to inspect your PB? Get a PB. maybe just get a PB to start out. That's a fine section right there. Doing these alcove jumps and talent shot. That section's fine. Just if you can, try and keep your slide more. And definitely just shoot an egg for that. Don't poop an egg for that. It's a lot different. Don't do that. There's no reason to enter talent shot in this room. And there's no reason to do the jump either. All you have to do... Oh god, peak bomb. shoot an egg, jump flutter, just roll down, hold up left, or up right, tap A onto the acorn, surface like that. Power move. You want to tap A and then point up like that. Otherwise, you have to swim all the way like under like that. This section's like, you just have to like get better at this over time. It's not really something I can tell you a magic secret to do. The easiest way to do this first part is holding down the slide down once you like gain control of yourself. Oh, whoops. Do a big jump down left. Can you like fuck off? Go up. Let me do this right. Hold down. Big jump down left. Go like this. I like to slide on this feather, then backflip, press. Honestly, you can just do this. Like the easiest way and most consistent. Yeah, but remember what I said at the beginning about how you should utilize this analysis. It's exactly the same thing that happened to like Sunder and probably some other people. Is that they get overwhelmed with the information. And I think it's because they think they have to implement every single thing at once. Just take it one level at a time. You can still do runs pretty often. Just take it one level at a time. Make sure you know what you want to do in each level. And make sure that you gain the muscle memory in each level. And you do, like... You do, things you've practiced in runs. God, I went the wrong way. Oh my god, okay. Here, I like to hold down right until I reach the carpet. Then I hold down, and I quickly change my joystick. You want to jump into the wall a good bit. Same thing like in Gobies. Jump into the wall, and then push yourself onto the shelf. Basically how that works. And yeah, you can also, I learned today actually, you can backflip onto this from the bed. Pretty cool. Learned that from Ander Beambo. I would recommend doing just one day. Not even a day, honestly, I would recommend doing like one a week. Just so you can settle stuff in gradually. Learning in general is a gradual process as well. You can't learn everything in like an hour or two and then like have it stick. It's just how learning works. Practice every day. One of the best things you can do after you learn something new is sleep on it. And then return to it the next day. Learn everything in a day. Or just cheat. That's also an option. My head must be 5 head. Don't get that note. Just jump into the nest and then get that note afterwards. So now here is where the route changes again because you got the snare bird earlier in whatever route you were doing. This is what you should be doing. This is where you do that jump that you did in summer. You'd be here. Don't... Fuck you, Irie. You'd be here. Get this note. Big jump here. Wait till the ya-oh and hold A all the way. You shouldn't take fall damage. Now you go feather this. Roll, flutter, get that high if you need it. and then head to winter. And there's a gold feather up there if you need it, but you don't need it since this is our RBA. Yeah, so you definitely didn't need that token. So don't get that summer token, because there's tokens in spring too that you can get. These notes are a pain in the ass. There's nothing you can do other than just practice them more. Best thing you can do here, easiest thing, in my opinion, the easiest and fastest, like, or whatever the hell, easiest to fastest is my mic scuffed again. I hate this. Life is pain. Big jump here onto the snare bear. Glide off, you'll land on the bridge, jump, peck, roll, flutter, beak bust. Works every time the snowman won't hit you. Don't peck, because then you can't beak bust earlier if you need to. Or if you want to. It's probably my mic being weird. Sorry. Am I wearing a beanie right now? I am not actually. Surprisingly, I am not. Take off with a zoomed in camera here. I can tell you were holding like down there. Don't hold down. Take off the zoomed in camera and face like this way. Now hold up left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let go of up left at like when you're facing this direction. Then just beak bomb when you're like facing up there. Don't even peck. Don't peck. Just don't do that strat, please. Please don't do that strat. Just beak bust whenever you're there, and then poop an egg there. You should just get into talent shot right after you poop the egg. Actually, you should. That's what I do right now, but I am curious if it might be faster to get in talent shot afterwards, because it's really laggy beforehand. But I haven't timed that. It would be wise to jump here, but also this section kind of sucks. Okay, I don't know where you're going. Yeah, this isn't the route. Yeah, I see what you did there. You definitely learn to do this section properly. Right after you get this note, do a big jump this way. You can even hold R. Flutter, look for your shadow, land on this. And do this, like, don't hesitate at how I'm hesitating here. Like, you should practice this until you don't have to hesitate at all. Get this gold feather, get this, then quick dive down, flutter, light pad, and you continue on. Don't beak bust down like that. 2, 3, 4, up. That's good. That was good. That's so sketchy. The angle you're facing here. So you do 1, 2, 3, 4, hold up. Turn around, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And hold up after the 9th flat. Make sure you're facing all the way down. Hold up while you're doing this. And you're still gonna hold straight up here. So you're like right at the Jiggy's level. Then you're gonna let go. 1, 2, 3. Beak bomb there. Land on up here. Do whatever the hell you want. I think it's safer as well, because you can like flutter and then the snowman won't snipe you, won't be in the way as much. You have to cross past the snowman, then sometimes you might bump into him and he'll be a jerk. Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. It's fine. Yeah. But it's still good to like learn this actual setup for like how to point at the Jiggy properly. Because it also helps you set up for the beak bomb towards the Jiggy at the top of this tree. you want to be able to do fast. Oh no. Okay. So don't go crazy with the zigzagging here. What am I doing? This is what you should do. I meant to peck. Take off. Count flaps. 1, 2, 3, right, left. Then it's like on the 8.5 flap. That's when you start holding down. And that's how you do that setup without like landing on the bed. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Holding up. Oh shoot. Yeah, I faced the wrong way. It's been a while. Look at that. This won't land on the bed. It'll either land here or out of bounds. Like that. Do the winter clip too. Wow, I sucked. I'm just gonna skip this. I'm not gonna go over that, just watch my tutorial. You know how to do this properly, though. This is not where you should be. You should be in the corner right there. That's the best spot. And go over the wall there if you... Go over, like, the left side there if you have to do ice clip. This token right here on this snare bear is free. Okay, you're not going this way. Yeah. So... This is the route in Spring 2. You don't go to the leaf buds. You go here, slide into the grass a tiny bit, do a big jump, and you should get the token. If not, you can just hop onto like the backside of this, behind its eyes, and still get the thing. Anyways, continue here. Big jump into the water here. Jump flutter. Jump peck here. I'll continue from here. Get this note. Continue on. That's honestly fine. I just poop the eggs. There's the stuff. That sounds fine. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. Setup here is hold up. Make sure you're holding B. You're not holding B there, see? You press A 14 times, including the jump down. Land on that snare bear, and then just fall down. Yeah. I'm not gonna go through that right now. Make sure you're not holding B when you're facing away from the hive, and don't hold B here either. There's no reason to hold B if you're trying to land like that. That's fine. Right there. That's very, very wobbly. All you have to do here is you're gonna hold down, press A 7 times, and hold up once you take flight. Here, go down. Section. Yeah, okay, so I don't know which setup you're doing. If you're doing my setup, you have to fly into the top corner, hold up, 1, 2, 3, hold up right, you should clip. Other people's setups would work. If you want to learn other people's setups, then just look at their videos. Martin has a setup and Oxlin has a setup. I definitely recommend like one of the three instead of what you're doing right now, because I don't recognize the setup. Always land behind this cauldron, I would say. So hold straight down. Okay, that's fine. In this room, jump over this, good. Don't fly here. Absolutely do not fly here. Walk down. Fly once you're in this pipe. Hold halfway towards down left. Hold R. Face this. Hold B. Press A. Hold R, hold B. Double tap A. Land on the scarf here. Just the scarf. Walk off. Walk in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 A presses. One here. Double tap A. Keep going straight. Tap A right before you reach this, into his cheek. Turn around. Over here. Big jump. 1, 2. Let go of B here. Hit this with your nose as you're going down. Do this. Go into here. Here. Tap A like here. Tap A again here. Going straight forward. If you're not getting this, tilt slightly down in the middle while holding B, just very slightly. You should get it. Turn around. Go in here. Tap A. Go away. Into this 415 outdoor. Hold down. Hold R. Hold B. Double tap A. 1, 2. Hold up. Turn around. Get this jiggy. Just land. Take off this way. Land and go in here. Double tap A. Get the text. This is basically a rundown of how to do that section. It's more in-depth in my RRBA tutorial playlist, but that's how you do it. So you should definitely do that. You're attempting this way too fast. You need to go a lot slower than you are here. If you attempted this fast, the only way that you'll get an impulse skip is by pure luck. I'm like positive on that. Those ones were slightly better. This is still way too fast. That was pure luck. And a picture question. This one's just harder to do. You have to go very, very slight on your joystick. If you look at my joystick right now, that's how high you have to move up. Just that. Whoops. Just that. Barely up at all. Yeah. Don't peck, just slide onto the podium, onto the jiggy there. Okay, that's fine. 6 eggs. That's good enough. Yeah. You should be all the way up against this parapet here before you beak bust this, because now you have to go all the way here. Now you have to aim straight at her. Straight at her. Go to the middle. That's fine. Yeah, this just takes practice. You have to... The very first mistake is what set you up to be slow at the first 2 sections. Like the first 2 egg sections, if that makes sense. The third one was fine. Make sure... And the aiming has to improve. There's not really much I can say, just like... You have to learn how to aim better there. Yeah. You just have to make sure you're not in the very center there. And then, yeah, this happens. The only way you can fix this is just by taking it slow. There's really not much else to it, because aiming is just holding R and then just shooting straight at the target. Beak bombs, if you miss the first one. Beak bombs, the issue is that if you miss the first one, you're screwed. And you missed the first one because you took off from the flight pad, and you took off from the flight pad because you didn't know where it spawned. You have to learn about where the flight pad is spawning and make sure you're not standing on that until afterwards. So you can't. Well, you have to start pooping the eggs for this after the second fireball. Stand right here, make a straight line, and then like walk towards that gold feather, make like a straight line, and then that's a good spot to stand once you have a good camera. This isn't a good camera. Then once you have a good camera, stand right there, and poop 6 eggs straight down after the second fireball shoots. Remember, Kazooie aims slightly to the left. Always remember that. Way better to aim slightly to the right, as Kazooie will compensate. Just don't... Make sure you do not get hit there. That's all that really matters. If you don't get hit, then you won't lose time there. Okay, make sure... When... Right here, make sure you're at this side. You're in front of this side, facing Grunty. You should walk up with a medium zoom camera until this grate is slightly off screen. Then you'll be in the correct position to shoot eggs into the Ginginator. Then, yeah. Then you do 3 eggs into the first hole, 2 eggs into the second, 2 eggs back into the first, 3 eggs back into the second hole, then 5 eggs into the last 2, while you finish the green beam. Yeah. GG's. It's over. That's the run. Hope that was helpful. I will say one thing, and when you practice, I will absolutely 100% recommend do not start off practicing Mumbo's Mountain, Treasure Trove Cove, Clanker's Cavern, Bubble Gloop. Don't start off by practicing any of those. Definitely start out at least like with Click Clock Wood, because if you want a good reference, let's look at the beginning of the run. Leaving Mumbo's Mountain, you were about 15 seconds off of the world record. But in Click Clock Wood, you didn't even know the right route. So definitely learn that first. Learn the later levels first, and for like even more reference, Grunty has like Grunty, your gold here, I think it's like a 448 or so. Yeah, your Grunty fight is like a 448. That gold, it's like a 3.5 minute split. Your Spiral Mountain gold was like is like a 205. That's 1 second slower than the Spiral I got in my NoFM PB. But your Grunty gold is like a minute and like 12 seconds slower than my gold. So just I don't mean to like put you down, but I just really want to put this into reference how much more time save there is in later game than there is in early game. Definitely don't practice early game. Early game should be the very last thing you practice. Honestly, I would just recommend going straight like reverse level order, starting from Grunty and then going backwards on from there. That's what I would recommend how you practice. And do the same thing like that I mentioned earlier about just spending one day on like each level and such. But yeah, that's it. I'm gonna stop the recording now.